Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the start of Group C. Myself, Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon taking you through all the action this afternoon. And don't forget, Thursday and Friday is double session day. This evening from 10 o'clock, we'll be bringing you the start of what looks to be, Matt, a very, very exciting Group B and a very tough one to call.
Yeah, I don't want to be up trying to predict my way through that Group B. And this Group C is going to have its own problems and permutations as well. We've got a very evenly matched group here, to say the least. We'll be kicking off with the 56-year-old Simon Adams, who is here in preparation for his PDC World Championship campaign. He's been here for a Group A campaign across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, registering 20 maximum visits, 180s, running average of 85, so 12 points above his sort of running average over in South Africa over the last 12 months. But he's going to have his hands full, you feel, here with Stu Wilson, a man who has picked up a PDC Challenge Tour title.
First leg, it's Stu to throw first.
All right, 3 for
Game on.
the day. Garwood. Yes, Stu Wilson, the ADC Northwest title holder. Been here a few times, so
81.
well acquainted with the surroundings and the format. If you are joining us for the first time, all the matches are best of 7, first to 4, 2 points for a win. Only the top 2 will progress into Saturday night's final. Already there is our Group A winner, Ben
60.
Robb, who's also here in preparation for his campaign at Ali Pali. He's safely through. Tonight's Group B will feature Connor Heenahan,
60.
Steve West, who hit yet another 9-darter this week, Jeffrey de Graaf, Mike Warburton, Jay McGurk. A real tough field, and picking a winner from this one appears to be reasonably tough. The book is
100.
Marco Cantell, 9-4 favourite. Ryan Finesse 13-5. Tony Wood 9-2.
60.
Kevin Dowling 11-2. Stu Wilson in action here 13-2, and the outsider, which I think is a little strong, is this man Simon Adams. We have seen him produce an average in excess of 108.
83.
Sorry, 107 this week. 108 average, of course, was the average from Steve West, which featured that 9-dart match-winning leg.
Match number 3 on Monday, the 107.05
60.
from Simon Adams. But I think the concern here for the bookies is that losing run that Simon Adams is on. He's lost his last 9 fixtures here at the Super Series and has just looked a little bit fatigued towards the back end of days.
Yeah, I had quite a lengthy chat with him
134.
yesterday afternoon at the conclusion of Group A. Starts in South Africa certainly doesn't date back to my time, because he had absolutely no clue
Simon,
who I was.
require 124.
Bizarrely, the power of the Tinternet, fully aware of who you are, Matt Edgar.
Well, you know. This is the big 14 to give himself a shot at the bullseye. One thing that can be said about Simon Adams is he's not stopped smiling regardless of the situation, but
71.
there's something to not smile about, and it still can't wipe the smile off his face.
Yeah, he even admitted he's found it tough going. He's not played this amount of darts on consecutive days, and he said he's keen that when he does return to South Africa,
84.
he's going to work on his
53.
His fitness levels and ability to play this amount of darts, because he said yesterday he wants to come back, and he wants to come back a better player.
Game shot on the first leg, Simon Adams.
Now takes a look at the hands that landed the double to give him a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw
He
first.
is 56 years of age with
Game on.
will have its own complications when you're playing this amount of darts and you're load bearing and standing as long as Simon Adams is. I mean, when I'm 56, I just want to be alive, never mind playing this good.
Touche. Yeah, he said he wants to drop a few pounds. He said he can feel the effect on his legs and how tired they feel. And he said he couldn't really sort of sit down for any length of time because he felt like he was going to seize up after 2 days of action.
Well, if there's anyone who flies that flag about taking care of yourself and how dropping the weight can be a bit of a benefit, you've only got to look at arguably the world's greatest player right now, Luke Humphries.
Agreed. He's left no stone unturned.
41.
For Stu Wilson, it's been almost a backward step since winning that Challenge Tour. He won that Challenge Tour at the start of last year in the very first weekend of fixtures, the one that was mostly dominated by Scott Williams. He beat Pete Burgoyne in the final of that, averaging near enough 94. Got a few Pro Tour invites along
83.
the way. Been down here now 4 times, but has only once got through to Saturday.
See how he throws
79.
across himself. With Simon Adams, a very neutral, straight dart. As you can see, that allows him to play under and above the target and across the bed, as we're seeing here.
135.
Super adjustment. And they really flick around, don't they?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to the grip because he's gripping
60.
past the balance point
Simon,
and he's got a very tapered dart.
142.
So all the balance, all the weight's sort of behind the grip.
Yeah, well, we usually see the up and down weep and wibble, where the dart tries to become its most aerodynamic. With Stu Wilson, they're going from side
60.
to side, and their eventual landing point is curving around to the left. As you can see, the dart leaves the hand not straight.
Yeah, that thumb is completely past the balance point of the
27.
dart.
Simon, you require
gonna
82.
Give us that odd angle that enters the board, but where they're landing in the board's what matters at the moment, and that is going the way of Simon Adams, who has got time here on the 82.
$42.
Tidies up. Where the problem is now, he's got to work around that dart somehow.
81. Simon, you require 40.
Two 0. A race to 4.
$35.
Chased it around
Do you
without
require
success, and
109.
life can get a bit messy. Gonna get an opportunity. Wilson unable to find the treble that'll give him a dart at the double.
57. Simon, you require 5.
Slow start here for Stu Wilson, could be punished. And that's where it gets
No
messy.
score.
That big one tends to be the
Do you
hardest one of the
require
two.
52.
Well, it shrinks to the size of a postage stamp with a bit of pressure.
Double 16. Stu Wilson to
Shot on
limp
the
back
second
into
leg,
this
Stu
one.
Wilson.
Simon Adams had 2 handfuls of darts there to confirm that breaker throw, and he wasn't able to do
Third
so. And
leg,
Stu
it's Stu to
Wilson
throw first.
dishes out
Game
a little
on.
bit of punishment.
$49.
One of the things we know about Simon Adams is he's not let any
85.
negative darts affect the future darts. He's very easy just to brush them off and have that sort of laissez-faire sort of attitude.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hangover from the previous visit. It's
66.
forgotten, and rightly so. You can't change what's happened. You can only do something about the now.
$40.
The concern at the moment for Stu
25.
Wilson is losing the lie. The left and the right darts, a lot of fives, a lot of ones, and you can see that concern written all over his face. He knows something's not right now.
Well, that throw, for it to work, has to be absolutely perfect. There's just no forgiveness.
100.
Like that dart. On that one.
121.
It's almost to the point where when this is happening, he's losing that line. He's almost got to release a little bit earlier, but with more zip, with more pace.
Yeah.
And to do that requires confidence, which is where the problems may arise.
Well,
85.
he'd be aware of the throw, and it's a bit like players that he used to
85.
use a very small flight. If the throw is slightly out, again, they're just so unforgiving. Or with a more standard shaped flight, dart goes through the air a little bit slower.
133.
correct
Stuart,
en
you
route
require
to the board.
155.
More control, very like a parachute.
Yeah.
That was a massive visit there in the context of this match from Simon Adams. Stu Wilson looking to retaliate with a big one of his own.
97.
But he's in the hands here of Simon
you
Adams.
require 58.
Will we see the hands?
Absolute parity. 1-1, 58 apiece. Well, he wanted the one earlier and hit the 18. Now he's hit the one when he wanted the 18. One dart instead of two.
38. Stu, you require 58.
Stu Wilson breathes again. He only had one dart at a double so far in this one on a low combination shot, and he hit it on the double 16. Thought that one was in as well. Reeling back in. That can be a distraction at some points as well when you feel you've already hit it. Then you've got to come back and do it again.
48. Simon,
Case
you
in
require
point.
20.
Up to the fives.
Game shot on the
Straight
third
in
leg.
as well
Simon
there for
Adams.
Simon Adams. And all three legs so far going against the darts.
And this is the time to hold.
Fourth leg. It's
To go
Simon to
within
throw
one.
first. Game on.
That is the face of a very concerned man right now, Stu Wilson.
Even more concerned watching this go in.
140.
I don't feel it's a look of concern from Stu Wilson because he doesn't feel he can turn this
100.
around and get this victory against Simon Adams. I think it's a look of concern because he doesn't know what's going wrong right now.
Correct.
$46.
Wrong side of the double 19. The lead.
$85.
There was just that little bit more pace in those darts, which is what we're saying. We need that little bit more acceleration, certainly on that point of release, in order to make this action work for him. And I suppose when you've not started well, the fear is you come up here and you don't play well. The fear is you come up here and lose.
43.
And when that's kind of happening, you realise it's not as bad as you first thought. You're fearing something that you've felt before, and you know you can turn around.
Yep.
60.
The pressure in darts comes from the fear of missing and not producing.
But towards these back ends of the leg, these set-up shots, this is where Simon Adams is
85.
finding a couple of big visits. And that's just the separation between the two at the moment.
43.
I was surprised to see him stay up there, and then we saw the deflection there going into the treble one. You have 10 fixtures to play here, so Stu Wilson will have time to get into it, but there is only 2 places available in this group, which means realistically you can lose 3. Don't want that to be your opening game, that's for sure.
Well, you just load your day with pressure.
60.
Well, if you're going to miss, I'm going to say miss there, because you should get the bump in. Maybe it was too close.
45. Stu, you require 153.
That 45 opens the door here for Stu Wilson to try and once again get his throw back.
60.
It's not
Simon, you require
comfortable at all, is he, at the moment?
135.
Been 0 settling here in the opening fixture.
2 scored.
But that'll be a settler, because now you can start preparing for the 93. You don't have to worry about what Simon's doing now, because you know he can't take it out. You get that extra bit of preparation and process time.
35. Stu, you require 93.
Options here for Wilson. Opts to go the aggressive route, and he's bought himself extra darts at the
Great shot
double,
on
and
the
a
fourth
fabulous
leg,
finish
Stu
there for
Wilson.
Stu Wilson. Sometimes you just need that one little bit of positivity to cling to that will guide you through the rest of the game.
5th leg, it's
Is
Stu to throw
that
first.
the moment there for Stu
Game
Wilson? A nice 93 in 2 and a breaker throw.
Yeah, I mean, that was so clinical. I believe he's
60.
had the issues he's had so far in the match.
So assured as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To even go that way in the first place.
Yeah, there was no fear in either dart.
100.
The thing is, it doesn't matter if you don't play well for the full 7 legs, 6 legs, however many we play. Just got to do the right things at the right
100.
times, and this is that time right now. If he can put it together for the next 3 minutes, he'll be off the stage with 2 points.
Yeah, it's winning those little mini battles, isn't it?
Problem is, at the moment, though, I think those mini battles
60.
are going on inside his own head. Stu Wilson is not playing Simon Adams. He looks like a man that Stu Wilson's playing Stu Wilson.
Yeah, I agree.
62. $95.
I think the rest of the field will be in the players' room watching this, holding any fears. But
66.
as we know, no 2 games are the same in this sport.
Absolutely not. We've only got to look at the range of performance in Simon Adams. We've had a
140.
29-point difference between his best and worst averages so far. A 68 as a low average, where he didn't even get a dart at a double.
That's not the biggest, is it? You found a bigger range.
Marco Cantell, who
53.
comes up in our next game against
Simon, you
Ryan
require
Finesse, has a
106.
38-point range between the best and the worst. But again, this is a situation here where Stu Wilson, with the throw, is relying on mistakes from Simon Adams.
28.
Which he's getting.
Stu, you require 160.
It's a big treble. That's a fantastic lie as well there for Stu Wilson.
Yeah, I'd be gutted not to
100.
have found a
Simon, you require
bedfellow there.
78.
Sat up perfect for him. Still 20. Misses the big number, and missing big numbers, they are
38.
infectious. Your confidence goes
Do you
completely when you
require
miss one,
60?
and since missing one, we've seen him miss 3 now.
Well, Stu Wilson's got a chance to take the lead for the first time in this match. The doubles have been his strong point. 2 from 4, 50%.
40.
But he can't keep that run going.
Simon, you require 40.
It could be a 5th breaker throw. All legs against the darts.
Is that a friend?
Game shot
Oh,
on the
didn't
5th
use
leg.
it.
Simon Adams.
Dragged the dart left, but ultimately found the target and leads 3-2.
6th leg. It's Simon to throw
And
first.
darts in hand to get it done.
Game on.
We mentioned it
140.
only takes a couple of minutes in a game like this to get it wrapped up. Is this the couple of minutes that Simon Adams is going to use?
$66.
That's the 3rd time he's done that, where he's got a treble 20 and come away with a score of 60.
$40.
Take the opportunity to punish.
$100.
Find the middle.
55.
Found the middle, but not sure if he'd lost the line or it took a bit of a deflection.
$80.
Still in there battling is Stu Wilson. He's trying to claw himself back into this match. But at the moment, his advantage, Simon Adams. That advantage comes because he's already got the breaker throw that he's going to require.
57.
Should have stayed on 19s there. Double 18 wouldn't have left a finish.
125.
And we've praised Simon Adams at this point of a leg for finding a big visit, but that was a big visit there from Stu Wilson, just to give himself the 70 points on the scoreboard and force Simon Adams to have to find a treble here.
Finding everything but.
45. Stu, you require
Big opportunity here now for Stu Wilson. Try and take us all the way.
$73. Simon, you require 164.
This is for the match.
$27.
That'll be music
Stu,
to
you
the ears
require
there of Stu
57.
Wilson. He'll feel a little bit more comfortable going for this 57 now, with Simon Adams needing a perfect visit.
37.
Well,
Simon,
this
you
is such
require
a funny old game.
137.
It wouldn't surprise me if this goes in. It's the kind of thing that happens in a match like this.
Do feel that dart at double 10 for Stu Wilson was a bit safe, as if he didn't want to come inside and hit the single,
Spot on.
which does work out quite well for him now, because he gets to come
Stu,
back
you
with 3
require
darts in hand
20.
at double 10 rather than going up at the fives and going one up, one in, and
Yeah.
all the safeties.
Well, he's gone overly aggressive, hasn't he?
15. Simon, you require 40.
Well, this is for the match. Stu Wilson has had his opportunities. He's missed 5 darts here to take us all the way. He feels that the writing is on the wall. Nice little lie there for Simon Adams. One more dart. Get it done.
20. Stu,
Stu
you
Wilson will
require
return.
5.
We've seen this before. Simon Adams came here and hit the big 18. That big one is not a gimme.
One.
Well,
Simon, you require
that-
20.
the end of that. 3 darts, double 10.
No
Oh,
score.
wrong double.
Stu
Stu,
Wilson
you
put his
require
darts down. You're going to
4.
have to go get him again, pal, because you might have another leg here. Needs to focus, needs to compose. Double 2. Take us all the way.
No score.
He's found the wrong double.
Simon, you require 20.
Well, it wasn't pretty,
Shot and the match.
but the 2
Simon
points
Adams.
go to the South African Simon Adams, and disappointment for Stu Wilson. That was a toughie for both players. Those numbers don't make pretty reading, but it is the opening match of the session. I can assure you things will improve. Up next, it is Ryan Finesse against Marco Cantell. Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for match number 2 on the opening day of Group C. Up next, and Finesse making his 7th appearance here at the Super Series. Takes on the experienced Marco Cantell, who had a mixed bag, Henry, in Group A, but certainly produced some darts that, well, they think make him favourite to win this Group C at 9 to 4.
To throw first.
Well, these are the two, aren't they? The bookmakers
Game
think
on.
the pair that will go on and take the spoils. And Cantell's A game, you'd sense it in this group, probably will do the business, but we haven't seen enough of it, as you say, this week. Whereas Finesse, who is spending a little bit more time, a bit more dedication
85.
to the sport, preparing himself for Q School at the beginning of next year. And so, as a consequence of that, we expect a bit of a peak version of Ryan Finesse over the next couple of days.
Yeah, we caught up with Ryan a little earlier, around about an hour before we got underway,
60.
and he's not done too much travelling of late. He's stayed local, been playing local league, a Super League, and little knockouts, just honing his skills in
95.
preparation for a real assault, not just here, but in January at Q School, which isn't that far away.
It's not. It's literally next month. It's less than 4 weeks away. And this is the intriguing thing about the next couple of weeks of the Super Series. You've got players that prepare themselves for a World Championship at Alexandra Palace, but we've also got players who've got other keen interests going into 2024. And perhaps interestingly, we had a little bit of a
59.
chat with Ryan, and in the past, we've known him to have some garish garb in terms of the polo shirts. And we asked him about it this morning. He said, this is all business this week, and I just want to go under the radar a little bit more.
Yeah, he wants to just
100.
focus on the darts, and I don't blame him, really. Sometimes it can be a bit of a distraction.
85.
Did tinker, didn't he, for a while with a moulded stem and flight. He's gone back traditional.
41.
I use a fairly similar dart to Ryan, and myself, I've tried to tinker with the moulded setup. Just think it's the weight
99.
of it. It just doesn't
Marco, you require 160.
feel balanced. Don't get me wrong, they're lovely bits of equipment. Great kit. Beautifully engineered, but if you haven't got a particularly aggressive throw, cause a few issues.
100.
And of course, it's the hassle.
Ryan,
You've got to
you
have the
require
moulded case to
78.
go with it, and spares have got to be in a moulded case. I haven't got time for that anymore.
Finesse trying to waste no time to
It's on
take
the
leg
first
1 out, and
leg.
he
Ryan
takes no
Finesse.
time at all. 6 visits to get it done. 1-0 to the good is the man from Salisbury.
Yeah, that'll make him
Second leg, it's Marco to throw
feel
first.
good.
Game on.
Your opening leg of a campaign just to get the W, get the chalk on the board. Well, if we have one. If we have one, should I say. It's all technology now, of course.
140.
Save the chalk for tonight when Steve West is playing. Well, this is the side-on view of that Ryan Finesse dart. You see in the grooves. I know he was throwing for a little while, wasn't he, with a Paul Nicholson prototype, wasn't he? And they are
they're the phase ones, which he's been trying to find even a second handset just so he has a spare, but they are like hen's teeth.
58.
Would use another expression, but it is 1:30 in the afternoon.
To be fair, nipped on day, you're allowed to say that before being
140.
cancelled. It's taken us 2 legs, Mace, to fall down that rabbit hole. Don't forget, if you want to get in contact with us at the Super
99.
Series, do get in touch via our social media channels at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and we will get in touch with any questions and observations about the day's action you may have.
140.
Yep, Henry and Matt will have the app open in the commentary box so you can get a direct feed straight in. Well, maybe happy enough with this start so
Ryan, you
far.
require
Finesse.
126.
Opportunity. Didn't need to go the 19s, of course, with Marco. Not on a finish. Might as well go treble 18 here. And
58.
yep, he did. An open target.
And it's interesting, sometimes when you speak to players in the build-up to an event, they can say one thing and maybe do another, but the confidence that he exuded this morning is coming out onto the stage, averaging just under 93.5 on for potential 14 dart leg to go 2-0 up.
68.
Yeah, he said he's been putting in the hard work. Feels in a good place. And well,
shot on the second leg.
there's
Ryan
the
Finesse.
result. A lovely 15 darter to go with the 18 darter to win leg one. And he said because of his commitment, he works
Game on.
in a family business. He said he normally plays at night because it's just with work. But he had an opportunity to play in the day, and he said he just wanted to try something different because he'd normally be arriving on a night after a hard day's graft on a building site. Says he feels fresh, doesn't he?
100.
And the thing is, you're only focusing on one thing, whereas, say, for example, you're playing an evening session and you've worked during the day, and say it's a stressful day at work, you're going to be taking that into the night.
In the locker, like you say,
47.
it's just that consistency. To say that about the vast majority of the field, of course.
45.
I think this year shocks will be aplenty. I think the cream will ultimately come out on top, but going to be some early casualties.
44.
If you look at potentially the
Marco,
defending
you require
champion, Michael Smith, could run into
156.
Stowe bunts on the opening night. As
We've seen how capable he is.
Cantell capable of the 156? Not on this occasion. So Finesse, 119 for a 3-0 lead.
The difference.
26.
Only one treble in the
Ryan, you require
combination here.
119.
One treble is going to be treble 20 for tops.
79.
Just
Marco, you
above,
require
but Cantell has the break
130.
chance.
Yeah, and on what we've seen so far, you'll feel reasonably confident in coming back at tops. He's had some big finishes this week, a 150, a 167. Bull.
105.
Good effort.
Ryan, you
I'm
require
going to add the
40.
130 to the list, and so Tots of Finesse for a 3-0 lead. Pitched
Shot on
like
the
that,
third
it was
leg.
perfect
Ryan
for him,
Finesse.
and there was no way he was going to miss with dart 2. Finesse 3-0 up, and look at a cut above.
Yeah, especially the way the
Fourth leg. It's Marco to
darts
throw
enter
first.
the board.
Game on.
This would be the perfect start to his campaign, of course. He'd be reasonably happy with his levels of performance.
97.
He's restricted Cantell to just one dart at a double, that double being the smallest one on the board, of course, the bullseye.
He's always been a score ahead in
100.
legs, hasn't he, Finesse? And he will feel that having Cantell right off the bat, and if he can win this quite comprehensively, he'll feel that's probably his hardest taskmaster out the way with.
Agreed.
55.
Absolutely agreed. Looking at the numbers coming in,
140.
his biggest threat in terms of the one with the higher running average and better percentages is Marco.
Considering there's a lot of question marks about a lot of players, is there a possibility that
140.
Stu Wilson could just quietly brim underneath the surface if he finds the level that we know he is capable of?
Yeah, and he's going to have to find
100.
a big jump in terms of level of performance. I know. Listen, you effectively can discount the opening games because no matter how many times you've played here, there's still going to be a bit of anxiety
60.
in game one for everybody.
Ryan, you require 161.
There's been no anxiety for Finesse, but he's not going to finish off with a bit of finesse on the 161. And so Cantell, 149 to get his first leg
Marco,
on the
you require
board.
149.
Isn't going to be done, and so Finesse is back for 110 for the match.
$44. Ryan, you require 110.
A traditional route on the 110.
Tots of Finesse to cap off a brilliant
90.
win, but it just drags
Marco, you
below, and
require
so Cantell has
105.
one final chance at 105, but you sense that this is going to be the last opportunity he's going to get in this match.
45, treble 15, gets it, tops to save the match.
65.
Thickness of a wire away.
Ryan, you require 20.
Brushes the top wire, but just above, and so Finesse back for double 10. He's heaping closer and edges his way
Shot.
in
And
for
the
a
match,
4-0
Ryan
win, and a
Finesse.
real steady, solid showing from Ryan Finesse to kickstart the group with a 4-0 victory. He was one of the fancy favourites, and now's the performance as to why. He restricted Marco Cantell to the 2 doubles all told. A comprehensive 4-0 victory against the Finn. And so game 3, we'll see Kevin Dowling in action up against Tony Woods. Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Ryan Finesse play with a bit of finesse as he got the better of Marco Cantell by 4 legs to 0, doing so of an average just over 84.5 and 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing. Next up, it's our final game of the first round of fixtures as you see a return to the Super Series for Kevin Dowling, his 4th appearance in this competition, and he takes on Tony Wood. He's been in here since Group A on Monday morning and is looking to make it through to what would be only a second finals night from his 4 appearances here at the Super Series. Matt Furiega alongside myself in commentary. As far as Tony Wood's week is concerned, we saw really good signs on Tuesday, but then maybe just tailed off
leg, it's
again on
Kevin to throw
Wednesday.
first. Game on.
I've been quietly impressed with Tony Wood. It had been so easy after Monday, losing 4 games in a row after winning his opening fixture, just to sort of tail off and look forward to his
55.
campaign here in Group C. But sort of grown into the week. I think he's going to be a contender here in this Group C, but didn't have his hands full here with Kevin Dowling, someone I know very well, not too far away from me. Was actually reminiscing about some of our old journeys this
100.
morning as well, when we almost missed a flight and we had to run across the airport with Steve Hine. And yes, I did just say run and Steve Hine in the same sentence.
I thought the reason why you missed the plane was the fact that you didn't pay for it.
100.
Tumbleweed.
As far as the odds compilers lay their odds, Tony Wood goes off the 8-13 favourite. Kevin Dowling 6-5. Now, the last time we saw Kevin play here, he
42.
did struggle just a little bit, but since then, he was saying to me this morning, he's just been working on his throw, working on some fundamentals, and he's been speaking about the likes of Cam Crabtree and their analysis of the game.
45.
Well, Kevin was kind of the architect of it, wasn't he? He was one of the first players that would record down everything that happens in their games and things like that. In some ways, he was a little bit ahead of the curve in that type of instance.
He used to do reports, take his notepad with
83.
him, and he used to take to social media and do a report. And I believe he still does it now. I'm imagining he'll be making a written report of his experience here at the Super Series as well. Put it out on the
100.
various forums, and yeah, it used to be a really good read, a really good sort of insight into things before it moved into things like blogs and videos and things nowadays.
That'd never take off, will it?
Find out.
80.
Well, Dowling here making the better of the start by virtue of throw. He's going to get first opportunity at an outshot, all being well.
100.
Does appear to have a change of equipment since I've last seen Kevin Dowling throw. The point certainly looks longer, which moves the barrel a little bit further away from the board and just allows you to sort of have a bigger target
45.
with less functional
Kevin, you require
deflections in the way.
101.
Well, Dowling here first to finish. 101 to take the opening leg. So double 16 for a ton topper to
Getting shot on the
kickstart
first
his
leg,
campaign.
Kevin Dowling.
Starting 101 from Kevin Dowling to take the opening leg against Tony Wood. He leads by a leg to nil. The
Second
first
leg,
ton
it's Tony
topper
to throw
as
first.
well of the day.
Game on.
We've actually had more ton toppers by this point in game 3 than we've actually had maximums so far. Yet to see a 180 so far today.
140.
Kevin, who
140.
nowadays plies his trade on the World Seniors Tour. Plays a vast amount of the Open Series events that are on offer as we have a look at the setup of both players.
60.
And we can have a look now of that Kevin Dowling setup. It's a longer point and a very short stem as well. Almost looks like beeswax.
60.
Say about Kevin Dowling applying his trade on the Seniors Tour now. The one place he'll always apply his trade is a very, very proud local dart player. He'll always be playing for his Super League and his
100.
county. He's playing Super League against this year. Playing for the Coventry Parkstone. Very good team, littered with many county players. And Kevin Dowling is
43.
actually one of the most capped county players in Warwickshire history. He's played 180 fixtures, a great darting number, which actually spans across 24 seasons, dating back to 1992.
When you make 180 caps as a darts player, that's the
43.
point where you've just got to retire, haven't you? Retire on the perfect number.
think the other impressive thing for Kevin Dowling is the fact that in county system we have A games and B games in terms of the teams.
95.
Kevin Dowling has played 171 of those 180 fixtures in the county A team. He's won 102 times. He's a very well-established county player.
158 incoming, double 19 for Tony Wood to level proceedings up.
120.
Well, that would have been one way to have riposted a ton topper from Dowling in the first leg. He's now looking to set up and try and pressure the double 19 best as possible.
46. Tony
Split or hit
38.
Tony? The eyes are telling me that he's splitting. Is he going to be hitting on the double 8?
22.
No is the answer, and so
Kevin,
Dowling gets given another
117.
opportunity of another ton topper. This time 117 for 2-0. Treble 19. And tops. Back-to-back ton toppers by Kevin Dowling, and the bounty hunter pinches the pincher's pocket. 2-0.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And
41.
he's averaging around the 18 dart mark, which is, when we're talking about county systems, if you're going to do that, there's not a county in the world that's not going to want you playing there in their A team. This is good, solid darts here from Kevin Dowling. And
45.
looking to join Ryan Finesse on 2 points, who kicked off with a 4-0 victory over Marco Cantell. And Simon Adams got his day off perfect with a 4-2 victory over Stu
28.
Wilson.
Interestingly, as I say, Tony Wood went off the heavy favourite, but in running now, Dowling the 2-7 on Dog. Dog, the most famous of bounty
81.
hunters. Did you ever watch that back in the day, Matt?
No.
Not your type of ting.
29.
Kevin Dowling did have a few moments that he cherishes very fondly. He played in the UK Open, played against John Part, Phil Taylor. But the one that really stands out for me is the
81.
game in 2014 when played in the UK Open, and he went on the main stage. He took on Stephen Bunting, and that was the year Stephen Bunting had just come over to the PDC. He came over with a fanfare and was winning a lot of stuff.
140.
He was a massive favourite for that game, and Kevin Dowling took him all the way to a last leg decider, only losing out 9-8, which would have been a sizable upset. And for me, that was the moment and the match that really defines Kevin Dowling's career
58.
on that sort of global platform.
$59.
Whatever Kevin Dowling's been working on since his last appearance, there's early signs here that they're coming to fruition. As I say, Kevin's been here a number of times before.
83.
And it's actually, he was telling me this morning, it's the first time he's played at the Super Series and he's not been in a practice room with Martin Adams. Although the amount that we see of Martin Adams here, that perhaps doesn't surprise me somewhat.
100. Tony, you require 153.
Well, he may have to take this out, Tony, because Kevin's had a real penchant to the ton toppers so far. Well, he's had a 101 and a 117 to win the
25.
first two legs. Is he going
Kevin,
to
you require 104.
add the 104 to the mix?
He'll need to find a treble with this start if he's going to have an opportunity to do so, and he can't. And Tony Wood, it's been a slow start
56.
today. He's gone back to that form,
Tony, you
unfortunately,
require
of Monday so far in
128.
this opening fixture. take some hitting. Treble 20 and Bull. And Bull. That would have kept the run of
93.
Tumplers finishes going there
Kevin, you require
and put Tony
48.
Wood on the board. But Kevin Dowling wants to put himself on the board. That's the scoreboard, the table. Needs 4 legs for 2 points. It's a double 8. Put himself a leg away.
Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Dowling.
Finds the double 8 and 3-0 Dowling leads and a leg away from getting the better with Tony Wood to
Fourth
0.
leg, it's Tony to throw first.
And to round
Game
off
on.
the first round of fixtures here at the Super Series.
And if you are wondering, has Kevin Dowling brought his sandwiches onto stage? No, that is his darts case. He brings like some form of sandwich
140.
box up on the stage.
Oh, I left my tuna pasta on the stage for a minute.
81.
There we are. There's a couple of Yakults and a cheese sandwich in there as well.
I've seen worse. A guy I travel with, he's actually a darts manufacturer and he goes around with an ice cream tub.
100.
99 problems, but the equipment's not one.
I think it's a good idea. You can put your sandwiches and your darts in one case. You don't have to. He likes to travel light.
81.
Dowling's a former semi-finalist here, Series 2, Week 10. That week was the beginning of the Matt Clark prophecy here at the
140.
Super Series. Dowling in the semi-finals alongside Paul Hogan. Kevin Painter lost that final to Matt Clark back in January last year.
140.
This year, shall I say, just about
Tony
struggling
require
into this year. As
121.
Wood leads 1-2-1. 6 darts from here to get a leg back on the board.
Significantly better leg here from Tony Wood, starting to find his score in boots. Doesn't have to go for the 11 and Bull.
81.
A little lost for words. I don't know. I mean, he clearly wants to leave tops. Dowling's going to leave him under pressure here.
139.
Puts himself up on a nice 2
Tony
darter.
require 40.
Tony Wood, who's yet to hit a dart at a double in this match so far, has had 4 attempts. And growing.
No score.
Well, that's 7 darts at a double
Kevin,
come and
you
gone now
require
for Tony
60.
Wood. And Kevin Dowling is going to get a couple of opportunities to get a couple of points on the board.
It's Tots. He's 3 from 4 on the
shot and the
doubles.
match,
Make
Kevin
that 4
Dowling.
from 5. And Kevin Dowling gets the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 0. The Bounty Hunters campaign is off to the perfect start. Average just above 80. 2-ton plus outshots in there as well. Dowling a 4-0 victor against Tony Wood to round off our first round action. Coming up after the break, Simon Adams and Ryan Finesse.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here for fixture number 4, and we're going to start our second cycle of fixtures now. Everyone has
First
played
leg, it's Simon
one
to
fixture.
throw first. Game on.
Simon Adams and Ryan Finesse both picking up victories in their opening lap, but it's got to be said that Ryan Finesse did it in the more style with a 4-0 victory over Marco Cantell, who was the bookies' favourite to win this group. We'll be hoping to follow that up against Simon Adams,
140.
who ended a losing run of 9 fixtures when he stumbled over the line against Stu Wilson in our opening match, averaging just 66.
59.
Yes, they were wins in completely different styles. Ultimately, both getting 2 points.
100.
Treat Simon with a bit of caution, because we know he has levels to his game. We've seen it. Ryan can't go into this one with a blasé attitude, as if you've just got to throw the darts and the win will come. He's going to have to be a little bit wary.
Well, if you want a warning shot, let's not forget match number 3 on Monday, when Simon Adams averaged 107.05. He's been fairly decent throughout the week, averaging 85.12.
100.
And
Simon, you
20
require 161.
180s.
A running average of 85 over this bigger
97.
sample can't be taken for granted. This first leg, you see, would have caught
40.
Ryan by surprise, because he'd have
Simon,
been in
you
the
require
practice room with
64.
one eye on the practice board and one eye on this match. Just getting a second look at Simon Adams, but tops for a 15 darter.
44.
Ryan has not kept close enough order. Still back on 202 after 12.
$55. Simon, you
Pretty well
require
thrown
20.
darts there from Ryan Finesse, but very, very little reward.
Game shot on the first leg.
Squeezes
Simon
that
Adams.
one into the corner, but they all count the same. Simon Adams holds his throw.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
That is the first leg of the day that Ryan Finesse has lost after a perfect start, the 4-0 victory over Cantell.
140.
Must have read my mind, because exactly what I was about to say. They've gone even money, Simon, here. Ryan, the 8-11 favourite against throw. Well, that
60.
was around about 12:30 today. That would have shortened slightly, respect to both of their performances in their
100.
opening matches.
Well, you'd have thought that, but there's been no market moves so far today.
Wow.
We'll let you know of any market moves or shifts throughout the day. Might even be a
100.
case that we might see a few markets shorten on Kevin Dowling, as he's just reminded us what he's capable of with a 4-0 victory over Tony Wood.
Yeah, and that finishing was outstanding. 80%,
60.
4 from 5.
Well, if you believe in patterns of play, Cantell lost his opening game 4-0. Dowling won his opening game 4-0. But yet Dowling's 2-1 in that match.
83.
Yeah, maybe a few people having a little touch of that.
81.
Better leg here, though, from Ryan Finesse in the scoring department, and he's opened up a bit of a gap here, forcing Simon Adams to find a couple of treble 20s. Can't leave a finish from here,
95.
so he's going to give Ryan
Ryan, you
Finesse
require
6 darts
120.
to level up the game.
It was something we spoke about regarding Simon Adams when we
60.
dug a little deeper and had a look at his level of play in South Africa, and how would some of them really good performances affect him, and sometimes it can be that levels of expectation.
123.
Well, there's
Ryan, you
a
require 60.
pressurised shot here for Finesse.
Game Game shot on his second leg, Ryan Finesse.
Good response. 17 darter. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw
Good confident
first.
response as well. And
Game
he was
on.
very confident when we spoke to him this morning. We had a bit of a word with Ryan Finesse because there's not been a lot of darts on a more national or global platform from him recently, but he's been playing a lot of local
100.
darts and he's been putting in the hours. The plan is obviously to go to PDC school in January, and he's firmly under the belief that this
60.
is the year he gets a tour card.
Yeah, he's been putting a lot of hard work in behind the scenes, as you say. Hasn't been doing any travelling and been playing local tournaments and league and putting in the practice.
97.
Feels like he's in a more stable position. When you see the rewards.
135.
He's very happy in his personal life at the moment, isn't he, as well, which makes such a difference when you're happy and content with life at home. Just makes going away
60.
feel a bit easier, not like you don't want to go away. When things are a bit not so nice at home, you don't want to be away.
Yeah, and especially when you work for yourself as well.
140.
Constantly thinking about what's going on at work and have I got to get this done and have I ordered that?
He didn't think about that finish there, did he? He was just thinking about piling in a maximum where he could have switched down to the 19s and left himself
55.
a finish. He's going to get away with it there because Simon Adams unable to take advantage. But if he is going to get that PDC tour card, they're the things that he's got to start thinking about, because at that level,
134.
you won't get away with those sort of missed opportunities.
It was an improved leg 2, much more improved leg 3. 32 after 12.
59. Ryan, you require
Opportunity
32.
for a 13 darter. One of them players that, as the day goes on, tends to
24.
gather pace and get some
Simon, you
momentum
require
behind him.
130.
We'll see some big performances from him over the next couple of days.
Lovely finish this for a dart player, straight down the line, but he's lost that line on the first occasion, and that is great for the preparation of Ryan Finesse.
40.
You want to keep the shot
Ryan,
alive
you
as long as you
require
can
8.
to keep your opponent aware and alert of the possibility
Shot
of
on
losing the
third
leg.
Ryan
But
Finesse.
it's the loss of throw there for Simon Adams, as Ryan Finesse gets the break of throw and now becomes big
Fourth leg,
favourite
it's
to go
Ryan
on to
to
win
throw
this
first.
fixture.
Game
Well,
on.
When we were doing our preparation for today, and of course we look over the odds just to see how the compilers see it
58.
and to how we see it. And when we saw Ryan 8 to 11, we both raised our eyebrows and thought that was a lot of value.
$135.
Simon Adams, though, won't be shaken off.
60.
Finesse sort of done the hard work in getting the break of throw he'd need to do, and he's gone behind in his opening 6 to the opening 3 of Simon Adams. 2 trebleless visits there for Ryan Finesse has opened the door.
60.
60. Chance to regain that advantage of throw.
43.
Incredibly, looks a little anxious, despite, like you say, doing the hard work, leading 2-1. Couple of decent legs.
$100.
He could do with a
97.
140, but minimum requirement was 1 big treble to keep him within range.
Keep him hopeful, I think, would be the best word there, because he's going to have to hope that a mistake comes from Simon Adams. It's going to come out of his hands so far in this leg. There's the
28.
hope, there's the mistake, there's the opportunity now for Ryan Finesse to step in.
$42.
Real happy leg here from Finesse when he really took the advantage in the last leg.
$44.
This is not new territory for Finesse. This is his 7th visit here to the Super Series. 4 times managing to get through to Saturday night.
100.
Yeah, fairly decent strike rate.
Simon, you require 134.
Left himself within striking distance. He will get the opportunity at the 101. Simon Adams is going to be breathing down his neck.
Yeah, leaves tops.
94. Ryan, you require 101. $81.
Nudged
Simon, you require
the
40.
bottom wire for 3-1.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Simon Adams.
Just hanging in there. Life difficult for Finesse.
5th leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Finesse got the breaker throw. Adams
54.
retaliates straight back.
$59.
Rebels have just completely dried up here for Ryan Finesse.
$85. $100.
To apply a little pressure on the Simon Adams throw.
$45.
He's going to get more opportunities here.
95.
Claw that advantage, and at the moment it's enough. At the moment, that 1 treble visit is just growing the advantage on the scoreboard.
$83.
What will you do here for a 140?
100.
Again, that 1 treble visit, last start in hand, that will be a horrible thing for Simon Adams to look up and see, because you stand at the back, and if you're one player that watches your opponent, you start to sense the hope and the opportunity.
60. Ryan, you require
Well, it's gonna be
147.
6 starts here for Ryan Finesse. Just that 1 treble visit again will be more than enough to set him up within ideal striking range.
I think he was going to go ball. Did go ball.
89.
It's the ball. He's himself very handy, but this is where Simon Adams normally applies his trade and comes up with something that just keeps him interested.
60. Ryan, you require 58.
Oh, for another break, go within 1. Tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ryan Finesse.
Averaging just north of 80 at the moment, but it's enough.
6th leg. It's Ryan to throw first.
And this is the leg for Ryan
Game
Finesse.
on.
He's broke the throw. Now you're throwing to serve it out and win the match. You just want to kick off with a 140. Get that treble in early and settle into the leg.
43.
Instead, he's once again opened the door.
A
60.
real tempo for this tie. Ryan is one of these players that likes to get on with it.
66.
When you open with a treble 20 and come away with 66 points, you come away a very angry dart player. Ironically, if you get 66 points and you start with a 1 and a 5, you're actually very happy walking away with 66 points. All perception.
60.
No treble for Simon Adams. Just allowing Ryan Finesse to make these mistakes and still be in full command of this fixture.
140.
And there's the 140 that separates the players.
Yep, forcing Adams reply with something similar. Like 2 treble visit. Not going to happen. A real
60.
chance now for Finesse to put some daylight between himself and Adams and give himself that bit of breathing space that all players enjoy.
100.
That's all it needed, that 1 treble, because the only thing Simon Adams can do now to leave a finish is hit a maximum, something he hit 20 of in his Group A campaign, but yet to see one today.
From anyone.
Finesse has just got time on his
43.
hands here.
Ryan, you require 152.
He's 120 points ahead on the scoreboard. He's guaranteed 6 starts, just 1 treble here.
Not that one though, mate.
55.
And a couple of trebles needed here for Simon Adams, or the equation's still the same, which is 6 starts for Finesse.
140.
Beautiful darts there for Simon
Ryan, you
Adams. Just give him some hope.
97.
Or they call the 138 the Deller now, or the Humphreys.
We might not be able to call it anything. It might be called game over. He's pulled that
82.
one low. And that means
Simon,
he's
you
going to have to
require
burn a dart if he comes
138.
back. Simon Adams somehow getting a shot in this leg, despite having 12 darts without a treble. We say in this situation, make sure of the big number.
40. Ryan, you require
A
15.
shrinking big number. Ooh, that was close to the treble 7, which would have been a bust. Gets the
shot
double
and
2,
match.
gets the
Ryan
2 points.
Finesse.
Won't be thrilled with his level of play there, but will be happy enough just to stay unbeaten, move on to 4 points, tops the table. Averages of 78.86 for Finesse. And like all the previous matches, not a 180 in sight. Well, will Tony or Stu change that in our next match? Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, match number 5, as Tony Wood takes on Stu Wilson. This will be their
First
second
leg,
match
it's Tony to
of
throw
the day.
first.
Stu going down in our
Game on.
first match of the day to Simon Adams 4-2. And Tony Wood going down to Kevin Dowling 4-0. So that was mainly due to the absolutely
99.
outstanding finishing. Kevin Dowling, who completed his 4 legs, only missing 1 dart at a double. Included a lovely 117 out. And
60.
Tony had opportunities, 7 darts at a double, didn't hit 1.
And that's kind of felt like the story of Tony's week, where he's been in games where he's had opportunities but hasn't been able to take them. And in the cutthroat format that Group C provides, you miss out on early opportunities. You may not be able to claw it back later on in proceedings, but both players will know that they've got many, many more gears to go, but they can't afford to fashion any slower start. It just feels like
100.
everybody's still in that 5th gear. The handbrake's yet to really be taken off.
Yeah, the problem is once you lose 3 games in a Group C, you are
92.
under the pump. So this Group C is only over the course of 2 days. Group A, a little different. You've got 3 days to get it right. You get cast
100.
adrift in Group C. It's
Tony,
very, very hard to
170.
claw back the deficit, especially when you've been beat heavily 4-0, because leg difference, more often than not, will play its part.
We can't take out the big fish, but he has got
78.
time to take out this opening leg. Stu Wilson again, just tallying a little bit behind in this opening leg.
100. Tony, you require 92.
So to complete the opening leg of in red pen range, 92.
$52.
Tidying up.
Stu, you require 141.
Stu Wilson. A 141, normally associated with a 9, which we've seen this week from Steve West, of course.
Yeah, but Stu didn't promise anyone on the balcony he was going to take it out, see?
Tony, you require 40.
Tops for Tony for 1-0.
To win his first leg of his campaign. Setbacks pave the way.
Game
Forget
shot on the
backs.
first leg. Tony Wood.
That is 1-0 with the throw to Tony Wood.
Second leg,
Now,
it's Stu
like,
to throw
you'll feel like,
first.
right, my
Game on.
campaign is up and running.
He missed 7 darts a double in that previous match. Took his 3rd effort to get the opening leg of this.
60.
Just want to cast your eye on tonight, because I think that's a Champions Week looking group, isn't it? That Group B later on this evening. The likes of Heenahan, Warburton, De Graaf,
100.
West.
McGurk, who could be the danger man tonight. Incredibly, still waiting on our
80.
first max. Normally when we say that, one will arrive.
Well, put it this way, we're into leg 2 of the 5th game of the day, and we've seen more ton plus outshots than we've seen maximums, and that doesn't usually happen. Well, it shouldn't happen.
140.
We talk about record days in terms of maximums hit. We might be entering a territory where we look at the record books for a session with the least amount of 180s.
No negativity, please, Henry. We don't do that here.
I'll get the
100.
Spider-Man pyjamas away.
Glass is half full. Let's think how many we're going to get second half of today's session. Good here. Stolen
100.
a bit of a march in leg 2 on the throw of Wilson. Much better leg. Ton, 140 ton.
140. Tony, you require 161.
On 6-1 for Woods. He's first to a finish against the darts. Still on. Treble 17. Would have left the bullseye, but Wilson, the Tiddler version, the 1-2-1.
97. Stu, you require 121.
Yeah, the finish probably practiced more than any other in World Darts. 11 and ball. Button.
96.
Just skims underneath,
Tony,
and so
requires
Wood is back for a
64.
break of throw opportunity. 64 for a 2-0 lead. Have one of them. Needs the requisite double.
32.
That would have been to have doubled his lead. And
Stu,
so
you
Wilson back
require
for 25 to
25.
hold throw and to level up at 1 apiece.
$21. Tony, you require 32.
A very good afternoon to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff
Game's on
TV.
the
You're watching the
second leg.
MODUS Super
Tony
Series
Wood.
as Tony Wood takes a 2-0 lead against Stu Wilson. We're watching Group C action this afternoon. This is the
Third leg,
5th
it's Tony
game
to
of
throw
the day
first.
between Wood and
Game on.
Wilson. Both players are going to get their first victory of the day. Tony Wood losing his first game against Kevin Dowling by 4-0. He's put in the best performances of the day so far. 2 ton-plus finishes in that victory, while Stu Wilson lost out to
100.
Simon Adams by 4-2. Elsewhere, Ryan Finesse, another good performance, getting the better marker. Cantell by 4-0. And Simon Adams following that 4-2 win, lost out 4-2 to Ryan Finesse, who is 2 from 2 for the day. I'm Henry Deacon, and I am in the
60.
company of Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, for the afternoon's action.
Thank you, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, the table as it stands after the 4 completed matches. Ryan Finesse firmly at the top, 2 from 2, 4 points. Kevin Dowling, 1 from 1.
22.
He's on 2 points. Here is the table as it stands. Simon Adams with the 1 win, and Tony Wood, Stu Wilson, and Cantell yet
81.
to find a win, but Tony Wood looking to right the wrongs in that department. 2-0 to the good. On throw here in leg 3.
It's felt a little bit night and day from that game against Kevin Dowling, but maybe towards the end he was just kind of dragged down because of the start that Dowling made, the couple of
140.
ton-plus finishes at the start.
Tony Wood at the moment,
100.
average approaching 90. Stu Wilson, a vastly improved performance from his first match of the day. He's averaging 85. Well, he's going to have to run for cover.
97.
And does with success to leave 1 full 2. Imperative Wilson keeps these straight. Oh, he strayed. Should go ball to leave a finish, which he does, and
150.
finds.
Tony, you require 142.
So Wood first go in the 140 range for 3-0. Treble 14 leaves himself tops. Just double checked with Jack Garwood, but that dart at top
122.
dips below, and so
Stu, you
Wilson
require
145 to
145.
get a break and to bring it back to 2-1 and to bring it back on throw.
Needed the treble 20 to start the combination.
60.
No real pressure
Tony,
on
you
the double
require
10.
20.
The 3 zip.
Can't keep squandering opportunities, though. Cannot keep
score.
squandering chances, and
Do
so
you
Wilson is
require
back for 85 to accrue that break back, to return the game to throw. And Tony Wood, who has had 4 darts for a 3-0 lead, may see himself penned back in.
Just hit the ball. Can he find it again? Gets
Shot
the
on
ball.
third leg, Stu Wilson.
Gets the break back, and we're back on throw. A real missed chance for Tony Wood. And
Fourth leg, it's Stu to throw first.
there you go.
Game on.
The images speak 1,000 words.
How many times do we see in this Super Series format, Mace? Just those small moments like that completely change the complexion of a game.
100.
Yeah, because it's the psychological effect on the player on the receiving end, who know he shouldn't have even had a go at the 85.
100.
And the issue with short races is you can panic when the slightest thing goes wrong.
$100.
Spotter's nightmare is Stu Wilson. There is another player that does that, and I'm trying to think who it is. They just have a glance down before looking back up.
Colin Osborne's very
81.
famous for doing
Yes, that's the one.
$77.
Well, this would be a great time for our first max.
125.
And perhaps needed because Wilson's just beginning to turn the tide a little bit here for 2-2 when he realistically could have and should have been 3-0 down in this match.
140.
140 leads 84 after 12, and Tony Wood may be left to rue those squandered chances in leg 3 if Wilson can find a way of tying this match back up from 2-0 down. 84 is what he's looking
57. Stu, you require 84.
at. 14. And the bullseye. He hit it in the last leg. And he nearly
59.
did it again there.
Tony, you require 138.
Double 18 could stay there. Oh, there's lots of room. There was an option to stay there.
98.
I believe double 9.
Stu, you require 25.
The square up at 2-2. 2-8 just about squeezes in the 9. But
Shot on
no
the
issue at
fourth
all
leg,
with the
Stu
double
Wilson.
8. And Tony Wood, who missed 4 darts to go 3-0 to the good, has been clawed back in
Fifth
at
leg, it's Tony
2-2.
to throw first.
How often do we
Game
see
on.
that where the single number is only just found by the thickness of a wire and the double goes in? Absolute torture for the opponent stood behind.
108.
Well, there we go. It's taken us a while, but finally our first max of the day.
Be like buses now, pal.
$81.
Tony, of course, has hitting a 9 on the ADC circuit.
Yeah, the jinx is
41.
back.
And some.
Apparently it only works if you get Steve West to tee it up. Incidentally, the game tonight between Steve West and Conor Heenahan will be the
43.
first ever game involving 2 players who have hit 2 or more 9 darters on this stage.
Having a 9 dart off, we hope.
I think that's got to be in the bet builder, hasn't it?
78.
Sure, there'll be 1 or 2 at home punting on that. And if you are having a flutter, it is 18 plus and it is begambleaware.org.
$60.
Good response this from Tony. It could have been so easy for him to have gone back into his shell.
Martin Adams did it too, of course. But one was when we were doing it from the players' houses.
174.
Then did one down at Southampton when it was the live league. James Richardson the same, wasn't it? He even hit one against his son.
100.
How cruel is that in the deciding
Tony
leg of a
require
match?
28.
Go 3-2 up. Double 14.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Round, and Tony Wood does go 3-2 up. It's taken a while, but he eventually heads to the hill, and he'll be hoping to head to home now.
Yeah, best leg of the
Sixth
contest
leg,
so
it's
far.
due to throw
14 darter.
first. Game on.
Averaging over 90. Steady enough performance this from Tony Wood.
And you can even argue, well, definitely argue for Stu
100.
Wilson. He has settled a lot more than he did in that opener against Simon Adams.
Yeah, looked nervous, didn't he?
One that he wanted to sign to the
100.
dustbin, that was for sure. Last time Stu Wilson was here, he played in an ADC
95.
undisputed title match in the Northwest, and he got the better of Carl Sneed by 9 legs to 5, and that sealed his qualification through to this particular stage of the competition, because winner of an ADC belt will get an invite back to the Super Series as they defend
81.
that belt. Last time he was here, it was in week 6 of Series 5, where he was eliminated after a Group B campaign. He was in that alongside Tiba Tricolo, who also never made it through. That was a week that was in the end won by the man from the
24.
Northeast, Rob Grundy. Really good finals night this, mate. Grundy, Hogan, Hunt, Vampire, Barstow, Thornton.
Tidy.
100.
If you want to be here on a finals night, this could be a little darting treat for 2024. Christmas is on the horizon, and why don't you give the gift of darts? Scan that QR code, takes you to dartshop.tv, where you can get your tickets to the Super Series. Tickets available up until Champions Week at the middle portion of February, where we'll have a
140.
very special night's entertainment available for you as well. We'll have a darty after party. So do join us on a Saturday night. We're on the South Coast, Portsmouth, Hampshire, England. It is a very enjoyable experience. You may even get a selfie with
125.
Chris Mason.
Stu, you require 142.
Well, you'll have to come this Saturday for that to happen. My last week of the year here. Couple of days home and then down to
60.
Ali Pali.
Tony, you require 95.
Why not come on Saturday night for a pre-Ali Pali party?
Game shot and the match.
Well, Wood is
Tony
hoping to be a
Wood.
part of that party, and it's a parting shot there as he gets the better of Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 2. A matching poo performance, 92 the average, 33% on the finishing. Rock solid from Wood. He beats Wilson 4-2. Coming up after the break, Marco Cantell against Kevin Dowling. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Tony Wood with an average in excess of 92 get the better of Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 2. Coming up now, we see the Finn Marco Cantell in action. He takes on Kevin Dowling in what is our 6th game of the day. Happy to say that primetime Matthew Echo has come to join me in the commentary box. And as far as Kevin Dowling's concerned in that first game, 2-ton plus checkouts, and there was signs there, wasn't there?
Well, there's no more sign than the fact he's won 4-0 in his opening game, beating Tony Wood. And then you see what Tony Wood came and did in that next fixture. And if we use that horse racing analogy, you'd say Kevin Dowling's a good thing here, because he's what Tony Wood's gone on to do after being defeated by Kevin Dowling.
Are you just getting the sense that now everybody's had a game, we're just beginning to see people just begin to get into tune?
It's always the case here, isn't it, at the Super Series, especially in this Group C, where you don't really have a lot of wiggle room. You can lose your 3 fixtures and still get through with 14 points. We have seen people not get through on 14 points, but that's normally the baseline, win 7. So there's just a bit of edginess and nerves in those opening games, but none for Kevin Dowling. He's showing all of his years of experience here, and trying to bring that to the Super Series and get through to his 2nd Saturday night. He has previously been here once before on a Saturday night. He's had 2 other campaigns that haven't been successful at the Super Series. But you get the feeling that this is a group that Kevin Dowling probably would have seen on paper and thought, I can get through that one.
All 6 would have sensed opportunity going into this. There's absolutely 85. No doubt whatsoever. Cantell,
Marco, you require
140 for the opening leg on throw. And he's got 6 on this point to take a 1-0 lead. Just pitched above the wire. And because he hasn't kept it straight, it makes things a little bit more awkward.
82.
Good recovery with the last, and even himself on 58. He's going to get a couple of darts at top to take a 1-0 lead. Judging by his yearly stats, you'd give him half a chance of taking out of in 2s. Check out percentage for the year.
58.
Just over 35.5%. Tops is what he's looking for. Tops is what he finds for 1-0 lead, 14 dart leg, and that's more like it for Marco Cantell.
So 2 things have literally just happened in front of our eyes. Marco Cantell has won his 1st leg of the day, and Kevin Dowling has lost his 1st leg of the day.
100.
Marco came into this group as the bookie's favourite, and that was due to the increased line of performance that he's shown at the end of his Group A campaign.
96.
Daily average yesterday of just shy of 90, 89.83. It's been consistent all week around that mid sort of 80 mark, so
140.
Probably rightly so installed the favourite on the evidence of his Group A campaign and the fact that he is here in preparation for that World Championship.
If he plays towards those types of levels, Marco Cantell,
58.
What chances would you give him against Radek Shigansky on Wednesday the 20th?
We know that Cantelle's got the ability to win that match.
60.
And we also know that Radek Shigansky has an awful lot hanging over his head. He is provisionally in a world match play place. However, if he does not win his 1st and his 2nd round, he will lose his tour card and he will lose
100.
that provisional world match play place.
Keegan Brown fans are in a similar position last year.
Very, very rare position, but it's a very harsh position at the same time as well.
55.
We have a couple of triples here, Marco. Sinclair will leave him a finish, but
100.
Tuchel's really would have piled the pressure on Dowling, who has left himself 146 after 12 to level this game up at 1 apiece. isn't going to go. And so Marco Cantell wants to find the crucible
90.
finish, 147.
Marco, you require 147.
Kevin Dowling can begin to prepare himself for a chance to level up this fixture.
24. Kev, you require 56.
It was a similar type of combo that gave Marco Cantell the first leg. And
Same shot on the
Dowling
second
pins with
leg,
similar
Kev
plum in
Dowling.
leg 2. They can't be split, one apiece.
Kevin Dowling's so strong on the outer ring at the moment. He's thrown
Third
five
leg, it's Marco to
for
throw
6
first.
starts at the double so far and hit
Game
it
on.
5 times. Incredible success rate here early on, and if you can keep that going, that's going to be a real asset and a real tool in the toolbox that he's going to need to attack this group with.
58.
Actually
100.
speaking to Marco yesterday, he's from Baski in Finland, and currently they're under more than 10 centimetres worth of snow out there at the minute. Very cold part
60.
of the world at this particular time of the year. And it was interesting because you had that contrast of Ben Robb, who's gone from the blazing heat of a Kiwi summer, to Marco Cantell, who probably thinks the conditions in Portsmouth feels quite balmy-ish at this time of
100.
year. Possibility there could be some snow around these parts.
Will you be out
43.
building a snowman?
Or like Elsa from Frozen.
We had very close to a snowman nickname in darts.
60.
Remember Mark Frost? Frosty the Throwman?
Great nickname. Great nickname. So if it's snowing outside the building, can we make a MODUS Super Series snow person?
97.
How would that be different to a normal person?
No, just give it a set of darts. I don't know. I'll be honest, I didn't really think it through.
I can tell.
95.
That took a wicked deflection, that last dart there from Dowling. Still keeps him on a finish, 146.
Dowling's going to get an opportunity here to break the
45.
throw. He's going to get
Kev, you
6
require
darts from the 146.
146.
The way his finishing's been going, you'd fancy him to take this.
$100.
Beautiful last dart there as well. Just eliminates the possibility that may have arose there where he might have had to only get 1 dart at the ball.
That last dart was the jam in a sandwich. One spread above, one spread below, and then the jam came in the middle.
85.
Well, this
Kev, you
for
require
what could be a key
46.
breaker throw for Kevin Dowling. Going to be double 16, the MO of choice,
Shot on the third
which he
leg,
finds
Kev
once
Dowling.
again in that bottom corner. Dowling gets the break. He leads 2-1.
Let's not skim over this.
Fourth leg,
For
it's
Kevin
Kev to throw
Dowling,
first.
this is
Game
absolutely
on.
world-class finishing. 7 darts thrown, 6 hit. Incredible start to the day on the doubles for Dowling. Average of 93 in this match. May I remind you
60.
that Kevin Dowling was actually 2-1 just to win this match. There'll be no value like that anymore on this fixture as Kevin Dowling is in front. Current in-play prices
100.
of Kevin Dowling as your now 4-6 favourite to complete the task and serve up the favourite to win this group, Marco Cantell's second defeat of the day.
40.
Reminder, coming up after this, Simon Adams in action against Tony Wood. Brian Finesse against Kevin Dowling. And that feels like the fixture between the 2 premier players now in this group. And then Stu Wilson
100.
against Marco Cantell will finish off round 3 with glee.
We spoke at large in Kevin
100.
Dowling's first game about how he's always been one of the standout players in the Warwickshire system. Proud county man. He's played 180 fixtures. That actually ranks as the 5th most capped player of all time
95.
in Warwickshire history. And of those games, 23 Man of the Match awards, making him the 7th most Man of the Match awarded player. Only one
100.
behind legendary former world champion in Steve Beaton. Fortunately, though, for Kevin Dowling, he's only 8th in the overall Warwickshire best players of all time in terms of the running average.
100.
One place behind another legend, Matt Edgar.
Whatever happened to him? Apparently won a couple of legs against Darius once and ran around the stage like
60.
a turnip.
Marco, you require 106.
Cantell 106 for the break back. Treble 18. For double 16. To hit Kev Dowling with a ton topper.
Game shot on the 4th
2-2.
flag. Marco
Desmond
Cantell.
territory here at the Super Series. And Kevin Dowling, the king of the ton toppers, has been hit with a haymaker of his own
5th
by
leg, it's
Cantell.
Marco to throw
2-2.
first. Game on.
Did you say a turnip? I think that's another one you didn't think through very well, wasn't it? Dowling dished out 2 tumpless finishes in
99.
his opening game, a 101 and a 117 in his 4-0 victory over Tony Wood. He's just had one back.
$28.
At the slip. That puts this game in favour of Marco.
$100.
Tell you what, Kev does race to the hockey a little bit, doesn't he? He's got a bit of a spring in his step.
Yeah, and there's a lot of deliberate players in this group that might just leave him waiting there just an
100.
extra second. And trust me, when you're stood at that hockey and you're waiting for the opponent to move out the way, 1 second feels like a minute.
A bit like that JLS track. Every minute's like an hour, every hour is like a
99.
day, every day lasts forever.
But you're going to do the whole song then. Like the Christmas party all over again.
Put it this way, if I did that, you wouldn't eat, you wouldn't sleep.
60.
And I'm not going to repeat.
Won't be sat here either, I'd be off.
There'd be nobody in love.
$60.
Cantell may well have just beginning to wrestle the game into his tie. He's just bringing up the scoring power just as Dowling's just dipped down somewhat.
60. Marco, you require 143.
Lead of 110 plus after 4 rounds of throws. 143 for 3-2. He's got 6 from here, at least 6 from here.
Worst time of the match for Kevin Dowling, just to lose sight of that treble, to lose that weight, because
57.
we're coming into the business end of the match now. It is a short format game, a race to 4. He needs to find a couple of trebles here.
$99.
Keeps him
Marco,
interested.
you require 86.
Much interest will they be? Cantell 6 points away from, himself a leg away from the match.
There hasn't been a misstarted double in this match. Cantell going to get a dart at the bullseye.
$61.
But that is the first miss of the match.
Kevin
How
require
key is it going to be? Can
154.
Dowling find what would be a hat-trick of ton plus finishes here to break and go 3-2 up? It's a big ask on 154, and It was a task too big for the bounty hunter.
60. Marco, you require 25.
Eases himself into the shot. Knows the importance of the situation. Be very aware of the threat that Kevin
It's on
Dowling's
the
got on
fifth
the
leg,
doubles, and he
Marco
doesn't
Cantell.
give him an opportunity. This has been a fine exhibition from both players on the finishing, on the outer ring. They, between them,
6th leg, it's Kev to throw first.
only thrown
Game on.
6 darts, of which only one of them has been missed. 5 from 6 between the pair.
Well, this game has categorized solid. And the scoring stakes, 83 apiece.
60.
Finishing-wise, they're nigh on perfect. And maybe we can just put those first few games in the group aside to maybe just a little bit of wing wust.
$123.
We all hate that on the opening round, don't we?
$100.
It just sometimes takes that fixture to settle, and I suppose for Cantell, he came here with a bit more expectation than you would have had
125.
in the first place, because how he ended Group A so well. He'd come in here wanting to recapture that feeling.
54. $84.
Depending on what Dowling does here, Cantell may well be closing in on the match. He's going to get 6 from 169 to close out a 4-2
100.
victory and to banish what was a 4-0 drubbing of Ryan Finesse in the opening match of the session. He's put 3 points on his average. He averaged 82 in the first game, now 85.75. He only had a couple of opportunities at the doubles.
Some significance onto that average change. You know, if he goes from here an 84 to an 87, there's no extra control of the game. But because he's gone through that boundary of the 83 average, that means he's now
59.
using a visit less
Marco, you
to the
require
board in this
124.
match, which is an improvement. You've got to look at those blocks of where the averages are sat, those blocks of 3, those little roads. Tele has moved it up a gear here.
52. Kev, you require
We're going to
128.
move closer towards the points, but it was a bit more of a tiptoe in that visit. But he is going to come back for 72. He should, worst case scenario, get a dart at tots to complete the job.
112. Marco, you require 72.
To put his first points on the board, and it would mean that all bar one player would have picked up points so far today. It's double 12 for Cantell
shot
by
on the match,
4-2
Marco
victory and a
Cantell.
superb performance to boot. 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing, an average just under 84. He beats Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 2 to cap off round 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Simon Adams in action when he takes on Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, as we're about to be joined by two players that have played in Group A. So we've seen them 3 times already this week. We're going to see them for at least 2 more times. But both these players will be hoping we'll be seeing them for a 6th, as they'll qualify to Saturday night. That means they're going to need to reach the top 2, and 2 is the amount of points that they've both got after their opening round of fixtures. Simon Adams kicked off the day with a 4-2 victory over Stu Wilson, but
First
did
leg,
go
it's
down
Simon to throw first.
second fixture.
Game on.
For Tony Wood, it was the opposite way round. It was a slow start, a torrid start, where he couldn't get a dart in the double. He had 7 attempts, but then came back, an average 92, picking up a victory over Stu Wilson. So this is the Stu Wilson beating derby.
125.
Yeah, and a real chance for Tony Wood to build on what was a good performance. But back to more important issues, Matt. I need you to elaborate something that was mentioned in the previous match. What does a Super Series snowman look like?
30.
I'm guessing it just looks like a snowman that may be near the venue.
Too sure how much snow they down in Portsmouth, to be honest.
95.
To start from Adams.
And the concern I picked up on Tuesday towards the back end of the day was the way he starts moving, the sort of fatigue that is in the legs. And we're starting to see that come in now. It wasn't too evident in the first couple of games, but the longer the day's going, the more gingerly he's starting to move around. He's admitted where the high demands of the Super Series and the amount of darts that he's had to play. He's probably never played this many darts
55.
in practice before.
No. Very much a marathon of a week for the players, especially when you start the week in Group A, 30 on a Monday morning. Probably something new to him as well.
100.
Getting ready for a game at 9:30 a.m. Certainly a shock to my system.
What, getting up at 9:30 a.m.? Did you realise there was 2 9:30s in a day?
85.
Normally by 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm walloping down a protein shake.
$100.
The
Simon,
treble
you
there,
require
ideally, to
141.
be on more of a doable finish.
He could have been on more of a doable finish just by changing the target. He could have looked at the 19s or the bulk. The 19 single would have left 132. That is much more gettable than the 131.
97.
And you're not burning a dart
Tony,
because you still got the chance to hit a treble.
131.
Correct. So 20. First target. 17 will leave him tops.
57. Simon, you require 44.
We know where Simon Adams is going to want to leave himself.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
why.
Simon Adams.
Tidy start. 17 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Nothing changes in his demeanour.
No, he gives nothing away in front of the player. Remains fairly stoic. Tony, for many years, played pairs with him
45.
in the 90s, early noughties. The one thing that you immediately get to know about him, he enjoys the battle.
60.
Probably one of the greatest qualities you could have as an individual sportsman, the thrill of the fight.
Now, the vast majority of us would just love to win easy.
96.
Of course, it's rare we play over long enough distance where you are in one of those dip and tuck cut type games, and I suppose you enjoy it as long as you get the right outcome.
97.
Well, he's been drawn into a fight here with Simon Adams. If he'd come up and replicated the performance of the last fixture, it'd be at least a visit ahead, which is at the moment replicated in terms of the scoreboard. That is because he is a visit ahead. He's thrown first in this leg.
60.
Very measured, very routine, isn't it, for Tony Wood? Nothing really changes.
138.
Beautiful setup there after just 15 darts to leave himself on top. So the likelihood of levelling us up. But he is going to need to find a break from somewhere, which means he's going to need a leg like this against the darts.
100. Tony, you require 40.
Well,
Game shot on the
replicates
second
the
leg,
17
Tony
darter
Wood.
from Adams on throw.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw
Look at
first.
the numbers, Matt. The most
Game on.
likely player to break throw is Tony Wood.
But the advantage Simon's got here is he doesn't need to break the throw. He can win this without even having a dart at a double
44.
against the throw. All he's got to do is concentrate on those legs with the throw, but we all know then that just adds pressure and builds up that anxiety. Got to be able to take these opportunities when your opponent
26.
doesn't come in on the throw with a treble, and Tony Wood's actually found a way to score less than the 44.
Away to the heavens. He cannot believe he's just gone up there and
85.
hit half a crown or bed and breakfast, whichever you like to call it.
It is one of those shots that is called something different depending where you're from in the UK.
Yeah, for sure.
140.
What he'd have been hoping for in visit one of this third leg.
$85.
The opportunity to carve out chances is still there in this leg. If Tony Wood can find a couple of trebles, that's a beautiful opening dart. Plenty of room to the left. Seen him just shuffle across to try and open it up, but what also that does is it
99.
changes the angle of throw, which he completely lost the weight.
Yeah, you had the line right. Say the weight of dart correct.
55. $45.
One in front on the Adams throw. Minus these, of course. Treble. Different
58.
combination would have, of course, could have left himself there on 70.
I was going to say it's going to be music to the ears of Tony Wood, but this is unfortunate. A bounce out, a big one. He
61.
recovers the situation with the last start, but not much damage done there, and Simon Adams will feel like that was an opportunity missed.
Yeah, the music was metal on metal. And the wire of the treble 20.
94.
It's
Tony,
a
you require
finish that you like as a dart
130.
player, 'cause it allows you 2 darts at that treble 20, a target you've been throwing at the entire match. Should give him at least a dart of the ball. Here's a dart of the ball for the breaker throw he's going to need, and
98.
maybe setting it up.
Simon,
He's
you
left
require
32.
Changed his
80.
mind.
Dart of the ball for Simon Adams.
55.
Weight of dart was
Tony, you require
absolutely
32.
perfect.
Three darts in hand. Wood.
Game shot on the third
One of the
leg. Tony
preferred
Wood.
doubles, and he finds it to get the breaker throw that he would have needed at some point in this game. He's now got that in the bank. Can he now drive
Fourth
home
leg,
that
it's Tony to
advantage?
throw first.
Get himself
Game
onto
on.
4 points. Join in Ryan Finesse, who will be coming up next against Kevin Dowling. Finesse yet to be beaten. He is the only player now who is undefeated.
100.
Yeah, 2-5 favourite in that tie. Dowling, a 7-4 shot.
There's actually been a market move on that one, despite how well Kevin Dowling's been playing today, and especially on the outer ring. There's been a move on Ryan Finesse. 3-10 now, Ryan Finesse. 12-5, Kevin Dowling.
On doubles, Dowling's
60.
6 from 7 today.
I think the value could come in Marco Cantell, whose next fixtures are
140.
Stu Wilson and Simon Adams, available at odds of 8-11 and 8-15.
Favourable looking double that.
So when he's been asked the question here, Simon Adams, he's lost his throw and he's come back out swinging. Scores of a ton and a 140. Kind of got him the throw back in the scoring phase here.
Managed to find the lipstick.
It's always more frustrating when you break the throw and you feel like you're almost giving it straight back. Not your opponent's come back and just completely outplayed you, which he is doing here, Simon Adams. But very little resistance here from Tony Wood, just finding the
140.
2 trebles out of his first 12 darts.
Yeah, he's just finding it difficult to string decent legs together.
81. Simon, you require 61.
But late.
Game shot on the
I don't
fourth
think
leg.
he's gone
Simon
the same way
Adams.
twice on any finish so far.
Just goes on feeling,
leg, it's
doesn't he? A
Simon
lot of
to
players
throw
do that. They
first.
don't have a plan. They just, how do I feel at that time is how I'm going
Game
to go for
on.
it.
Good approach.
All of a sudden, he's starting to play better here. That was a 14 darter there from Simon Adams, and he's straight back in the treble 20. Is he sensing an opportunity here?
As he sensed some weakness, Tony Wood.
Well, there's certainly some inconsistency in Tony Wood. He averaged 76, then he averaged
100.
92. Now he's averaging 81, so it's sort of top, middle, and bottom. Remember that show, the hot spot? Woo woo. It's strike
60.
it lucky, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Michael Barrymore.
I believe so. Tony Wood. Don't want to hope to strike it lucky here
140.
and get an opportunity to get that breaker throw back in the bank.
$45.
Tony Wood's just playing better when under the cosh.
$97.
To a finish.
$41.
And we'll get 6 starts at
Tony
it.
require 164.
41 from Simon Adams, not enough to leave him on a finish, so Tony Wood can stay on that treble 20 the whole shot here if he wants to, just try and get as best he can.
60.
Won't be happy with the trebleless visit there.
$100.
Big last.
Tony
Just
require
to
104.
put a little bit more panic here on for Tony Wood. A 60 would not have been enough really to make Tony Wood think he's got any pressure on the shot.
Trouble for double. Gets
88.
the 48 to leave double 8.
Simon, you require 115.
He has taken out a couple of tumpless finishes already this week, Simon Adams, so we know he's capable.
For 15. These tops.
95.
Tony Wood couldn't watch.
Tony, you require 16.
He'd have been happy if he did, because that was a long way off there from Simon Adams. You could tell by the reaction. But Tony Wood now 3 more darts in hand. Get that breaker throw.
Shot on the
He
fifth
confirms
leg.
it
Tony
once
Wood.
again for the second time in this match. Tony Wood breaks the throw of Simon Adams. However, the last time he did this, Simon Adams
Sixth
hit
leg, it's
straight
Tony
back
to
with a
throw
14
first.
darter.
Game on.
So unpredictable, isn't it? You think one player has control. The other player has other ideas.
121.
It was disappointed with the last start, but the damage was already done with darts 1 and 2. Already opened that gap and forcing Simon Adams to try and replicate that 15 or less leg.
83. $100.
Coming to the board, he'd have thought minimum requirement a treble, and he finds it with the last start. And they're the ones that are more like a dagger to your opponent, because your opponent thinks I'm going to get a chance here.
Yeah, especially like I say when they land last start.
100.
So I'm Tony Wood here. I'm thinking, right, come on, just ton, take the 8 out. Back in the players' room.
Because it's not just the numbers, it's how it happens. I mean, how many times have you played in a tournament, a guy's nearly at tops, nearly at the ball, and it's the treble, and you think, how has that gone in there?
61.
Had one where they were on 60. Went out the board, nearly at the treble 20. Last start in the corner of tops. And I'm just, wow. How does that happen? We can go up there and put 3 across the top wire.
100.
Nothing to split them, bar the 1 point. But the advantage is with Tony Wood due to the fact that he has the throw. Oh, the advantage may be thrown away quite literally.
Good recovery.
77.
Very good recovery to carve out an opportunity there from literally nowhere. He played himself into big trouble, then came out swinging.
Oh, you know what? I was just about to say, I know
85.
what finish I'd
So do
prefer.
you require 142?
I was talking about a straight ton leaving 118. Trouble 20 and then the ball with his opponent on 133.
100. Simon, you require 133.
Well, he set himself up handy here. Simon Adams looking for a finish that would replicate his best. 2 trebles for the double. Double 8 for a monstrous 133 finish. And to take us to a deciding leg.
$125.
Big target here for Tony.
42.
Just throw the wire in between the 10 or the 6 just to make sure you get 2 at a double. Done.
Game
And he's
shot.
won the match. With
Tony
the 42 finish, a 17 darter, an okay average of 83, 85, slightly higher than that of Simon Adams. Finishing very tidy from both in the end. When we come back after a very short break, I am Finesse. We'll be taking on Kevin Dowling. Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, match number 8 of 15 we're bringing you today on the opening day of Group C, and it's Ryan Finesse up against Kevin Dowling, and potentially this could well be match of the day, but I am giving it the curse. Delighted to be joined back in the commentary box with Henry. Afternoon, Henry. Have you started building the Super
42.
Series Snowman yet?
No. I think we've.
Good lad.
I think we realised that was a
We need
ridiculous
some
idea.
fake
Source.
snow anyway. So. What say you on this one?
45.
I think this has the potential. I think the pace is there for both.
Yeah, you talk a lot about, don't you, stars make fights, and it kind of has a similar feel to this one. You look at the way Kevin Dowling's played, you kind of we kind of know what you're going to get from him. You get something in the low 80s region, but when he gets an opportunity, he's going to take it. In matter of fact, he's had 7 goes at a double so far today. He's only missed 1 of them. Whilst by contrast,
100.
Ryan Finesse has he looked okay in that first game, didn't he? 84-68 against Barcode Cantell. There was a little bit of a drop-off, though, against Simon Adams, but I think we could put that down to the fact that maybe the pace of Simon Adams didn't quite suit him in that
63.
one.
Yeah, the difference between him, he's 8 from 20, but he's unbeaten. How you get there, just as long as you get there.
I look at Premier League football and look at
85.
Arsenal the other night against Luton. It wasn't it was a classic game, but it was a scrappy performance, and they win 4-3, and that's all that matters in this league format.
Unlike Man City.
92.
Well, I would like to say that I did call them losing to Aston Villa last night.
Hope you had an investment. That was a brave shout. But they are playing well at the moment, aren't they, Villa?
I think
Even the absolute novice on the game.
81. Ryan, you
Tell you
require
that, but of course,
170.
having a pub, I'm watching more football than I ever have.
I think it's now 17 unbeaten at home for Aston Villa, who take on Arsenal on Saturday,
96.
who have no Mikel Arteta on the sideline because he's suspended. 16 Premier League games they've won in a row at home, Aston Villa.
Oh.
55. Ryan, you
Well,
require
Finesse will be
74.
hoping to keep his unbeaten run going here against Dowling. Well, he's gone that way for double 10, so it should be treble 17. Okay, for MO's double 10.
34. Kev, you
Yeah,
require
the cogs got whirling a little bit there,
135.
didn't it? Dowling, well, we know what you can do in the Ton Plus. He's already had 2 of them already today, the 101 and 117.
Lovely guide if he found the treble 20. That's why he
70.
fancied the ball for tops.
Ryan, you require 40.
But it's Finesse who's going to get a go at the top of the shot. Now double 10. He eventually finds it. And eventually
Shot in
pins
the
it.
first
1-0
leg,
to
Ryan
Finesse. Here's the man from Salisbury who draws first blood in this one.
Second leg, it's Kev to throw first.
Just look at the
Game on.
version in the background. It is pure business mode for Ryan Finesse.
I think he's quite settled today, yeah. Certainly
45.
expected more from him, and that's a compliment, of course.
Now we talk a lot, don't we? We were talking about Ryan's new MO. Sometimes when you're
80.
adapting a new tact or a new train of thought or way of thinking, can you try too hard sometimes when you're in a match situation to try and implement it straight away and make sure the old habits don't creep in?
Yeah, you can sometimes sort of get twixt and in between. You've
55.
really got to play this game, and you have the chance just take your brain out and leave it somewhere else, and just throw off instinct.
100.
And quite easily overthink in this sport, as you can in most individual sports. We many times in snooker where a
60.
player get themselves bogged down and lose all ability to focus on
100.
the job in hand.
And it's that fine balance, isn't it? We've spoken a lot. We've actually praised a lot the way that Cam Crabtree analyses the game, but it's making sure you do it in the right
60.
way and you don't over-egg it, so to speak.
Yeah, you just all the hard work's done in practice.
60.
It's all about muscle memory, not trying too hard, being committed, being focused, playing with freedom. Fortunately,
81.
every
Ryan, you
asset
require
tends to
161.
contradict the other.
Finesse doing what he needs to do right now. Can't find the treble 17 and would have left in the bullseye. but he is in full command of this match and is
137.
looking set in stone now to accrue a break of throw to go 2-0 to the good.
$100. Ryan, you require 24.
12 for 2-0. Bumping off that one.
Game shot on a second
Didn't even
leg.
use it.
Ryan Finesse.
Lovely adjustment.
So Finesse halfway towards the finishing
Third
line,
leg,
and
it's Ryan to throw
it
first.
won't be the first 4-0
Game
victory
on.
he would have had of the day. He got the better mark of Cantell by that scoreline. If you actually think about it, looking forward in the bigger picture, if he can win this game quite heavily, he would have beaten
140.
what some would say would be his two biggest rivals this group by big scorelines. He puts himself in a very good position tomorrow if there's a possibility that legs difference comes into play. Only the second of the day.
80.
Yes, they've been sparse.
They've been like finding drops of water in the Saharan
125.
desert.
We're finding you at the bar.
I mean, that's a bit unfair after Saturday night,
49.
but I digress.
Well, as always, I wasn't there.
42.
I think you'll find that we partook in a fair few Sunday fun days where there was some bills footed.
Good go ball here. The 25 leaves
105.
167. Good thinking from Dowling. But no different. It's been a top player for many, many years, this Dowling.
140. Kev, you require 167.
He's given himself maximum opportunity. He had to, the way Finesse has been playing. He's left himself 54 for a 3-0 lead. He's ticked the average up now to just under 87. There was a point
60.
where both players are basing
Ryan,
themselves
you
way
require
below that
54.
particular mark. And so it's going to be 2 at tots of Finesse to
Game
open
shot
up
on
a
the third
3-0
leg,
lead.
Ryan Finesse.
And now he has the opportunity to whitewash perhaps his two closest rivals here. If he can get this one, Dowling
Fourth
trying
leg,
to
it's
stay
Kev
in
to
it
throw
now.
first. Game
Yeah.
on.
Best leg of the match. 14 darter.
$100. $140.
And he is upping it even more here. Third 140 of the match.
You can smell blood. Going in for the kill.
100.
Every question that Kevin Dowling's thrown at
121.
Ryan has had an answer to in this game.
Yeah, I certainly expected this to be a much more competitive encounter. Win for Dowling. He's not getting a double.
44.
Ryan Finesse is not allowing him one. He's averaging over 91. He's 50% on his doubles.
And you look at Ryan's run in here, Tony Wood and then Stu
40.
Wilson to finish up. You get the sense now he's got a very good chance of completing the card on day one.
Here comes Kevin Dowling.
125.
Dowling first to finish, but Finesse would love a 140 about now. Does not like the lie of that, but has to try and crowbar another one
100.
across. Couldn't quite.
Kev, you require
himself square ton.
132.
Dowling 132 to save the match.
Rubber 19 will leave the ball. It's not masking the target, but can't find the treble. Ooh,
29.
yeah, not happy with
Ryan, you
that.
require 100.
And so for another 4-0 win. Oh, that's the worst possible dart that he could have thrown.
Yeah, a bounce out would have been better,
80.
but tidies
Kev, you
up.
require 103.
Been good on his finishing. He's going to have to be perfect here. Double 20. Leaves double 12.
It's his first opportunity at the outer ring in this match.
91.
And he just moves inside.
Ryan,
He's
you
had a
require
chance,
20.
but it might just be his only one. That's wild. 7-7.
13. Kev, you require
Inside.
12.
And Dowling is reprieved.
Put far too much emphasis on that. Do not expect Dowling to miss, looking at his finishing stats today.
6.
Wow.
Ryan, you require 7.
He has missed more darts at a double in this leg than he has done for the entirety of the day so far. And so to round up a 4-0 win, 4 points away, 2-2.
5.
Inside. And so
Kev,
it's
you
another
require
chance now
6.
for Dowling. He's being handed more lives as the bounty hunter.
Start calling in the cap.
No score.
The shiver me timbers, he couldn't find any
Ryan, you
loot.
require 2.
Madhouse for the match. That tends to be a nice guide for Ryan Finesse. Can he find it with the last? Just
score.
pitch below.
Kev, you require 6.
Kevin's just got to beware of not being overly aggressive. Well, that's far enough away not to hinder him.
No score.
Yeah, that was the problem. Like
Ryan,
a
you
wall
require
up.
2.
So back we go to the Madhouse. 1-1 for Finesse.
Game shot.
Is found for a 4-0 win, and it's another comprehensive victory against a possible rival at the top of the pile. Ryan Finesse, a 4-0 victory against Kevin Dowling. He called over the line in the end, but over the line he went. Stu Wilson and Marco Cantell follows this. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ryan Finesse continue to be the dominant force at the top of Group C,
First leg,
getting the
it's
better
Stu
of
to throw first.
Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 0.
Game on.
Next up here, Stu Wilson, the only player yet to get off the mark in Group C this afternoon, is in action against the Finn Marco Cantell, who could desperately do with a victory of his own if he's to keep himself in the top
80.
2 equation. Matthew Edgar has rejoined myself in commentary for this one. It feels like a big game for both in terms of trying to build a bit of confidence.
I get the feeling coming here that Stu Wilson, and this is purely just based on his results and his
86.
numbers and the quality I know that Stu Wilson has got, but the fact he's so far away from that in terms of his performance. I think he came here void of confidence anyway. I think he came here looking
45.
to find something, and when it hasn't happened in those first couple of fixtures, I fear for Stu Wilson here. Coming up against a player here in Cantell, who's
95.
well, getting stronger and stronger as the week goes on.
$60.
Thing is, Marco Cantell, look at the 2 matches. He's played again around that 82-83 range, which is just a
140.
couple of points below his yearly average. Average is just under 87 for the calendar 12 months.
You can see the facial reactions as
170.
well of that first start. Just with 3 visits in and there's reactions already. It just shows that this isn't individual games for Stu Wilson. This is a continuation of a form line which he'll be hoping can improve drastically.
60.
You do get away with losing 3 games at the Super Series in a Group C, but from there, if you lose any more, it's more hope than in your control. And if Stu Wilson is to lose this, that's all the lives gone.
99. Marco, you require
So
120.
Cantell first to a finish. He's looking to climb the ladder, 120.
That's going to be tricky the way his darts lie. He's had to move over to the right-hand side to try and open up the bed. And he has. He's found it. Beautiful dart from Cantell.
100.
Fine
Stu,
effort
you
there.
require 100.
Stu Wilson to add his name to the list of players that have been able to take out Tumblr's finishes so far.
Tops. Just below there with the first.
60.
And so Cantell back
Marco, you
for
require 20.
double 10 to get the break in the opening leg and to lead 1-0. Can you move it just about half an inch across to the left? Pitches it at the same point. Wilson looking at the monitor in
No score.
hope that he gets another turn,
Stu,
and
you
that
require
hope
40.
turns into reality as he comes back for tops.
4 darts missed there by Cantell to get the breaker
Big shot
throw.
on the first leg.
Stu Wilson steps in and says, "Thank you very much," at the first time of asking. Holds on to his throw. Cantell.
Second leg, it's Marco
stuff to
to throw
ponder.
first. Game on.
Well, whatever he pondered
121.
was a bright start here for Cantell in an attempt to hold on to his throw.
100.
Make of the angle of entry for Stu Wilson's darts, Matt.
I don't like it. We spoke about this at length earlier on, and a lot of it comes down to the grip and the position on the dart. It's a
135.
very awkward angle of entry. Losing a little bit of control on the dart.
It's almost
41.
well, it's going in downwards, isn't it? tell you what, let's have a little bit of a close-up on it, Matt, and just begin to
59.
get your assessment.
It all just stems down to that grip point, just gripping in front of the balance point of the dart. You see the thumb, and it's just
100.
that little bit of a kick across that you're going to get. It's just where he holds the dart. There's a balance point on the dart. If you rest the dart on your finger, there'll be a point where it won't teeter either way. It'll just stay on the finger. That's your balance point of the dart. And when you come in
45.
front of that, your dart's going to do a couple of things. Traditionally, what will happen is it'll just sit flat or go low in the board. But due to the way in which Stu throws and that little bit of lift, you just get a bit of a kick.
85. Marco, you require 141.
Cantell having a bit of a kick in leg 2. He's got 6 of 141 to level this match up at 1 apiece. He's heading down to go up, but he can't find the 19. Moves across to the
89.
70s, and he leaves himself on 52.
$97.
Well,
Marco, you
Cantell may
require
feel this should have
52.
been for 2-0, apart from forming starts in the first leg, but to level proceedings up and to keep it all on throw, he's got 2 more opportunities, and this time they're at tops. Now double 10.
42.
And now an opportunity arises for Stu Wilson.
78.
Cantell has had darts to win both the opening 2 legs. Wilson could capitalise and lead 2-0 if he can take the 78 out. It's going to be a dart at tops. But we're going to have to move it to the left-hand
on the
side, and he
second
finds
leg,
it, and he
Stu
needs
Wilson.
2-0. Marco Cantell has missed 6 darts at double over the course of the first 2 legs. Stu Wilson
leg,
has
it's
had
Stu
one
to throw
opportunity in
first.
each of the opening 2
Game
legs.
on.
He's been able to take both of them, and that's why he leads by 2 legs to 0.
$85. $140.
He's playing his
118.
Super League darts in Preston. Stu Wilson. He's had a seasonal best of 87.13. Not too far off where he is here in this one. Running around the mid-80s, which is a significant improvement from where he started the day, where he was down in the
100.
60s.
$125.
Beautiful recovery there after a very stray dart with the opener. This one might be a turn out for the books here. Because on the form of the day, Cantell came into this rightly so, the favourite.
100.
Wilson is starting to find a little bit of that form that has seen him win a PDC Challenge Tour title.
He's the type of player, Cantell, as well. You just want to keep at bay, and if they can do that job on day 1, it may, if he does have a spurt on day 2, mean that Thursday was just a bridge too far for him in
Marco,
terms
you
of not
require
picking up results.
161.
And he's going to have to take out this 161, you feel. Not going to do so, and so Wilson, having left 36 after 12, is going to get the opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead.
95. Stu, you require 36.
This in next to no time at all.
When his darts kick, that could be a little bit awkward.
No score.
See how there's
Marco, you
hardly any of the
require
bed there to aim at
66.
for Stu Wilson, and after Marco Cantell has give away a few gifts, he gets one back.
55 remaining. So opportunity knocks at tops.
46.
Dip below, and so Wilson comes
Do
back
you require
for
36?
3 more double 18. Well, it's not the world's worst miss.
Game shot on the third
Perfectly
leg.
pinned
Stu
on double
Wilson.
16, and a game that Marco Cantell could have easily found himself free up in has gone in the other direction.
Fourth leg, it's
Wilson
Marco
a leg
to throw
away
first.
from a 4-0 victory.
Game on.
And these are horrible situations when you're playing and you feel like you could be
59.
clear in front and you end up finding that you're going to have to be perfect. You almost feel like the opportunity's already gone. It might be going very quick with darts like this from Stu Wilson.
100.
And now he's losing the line.
30.
In big trouble here now. Massive advantage, Stu Wilson, where he can just look to race towards the finishing line here. Really open up a gap on the scoreboard.
140.
Really is putting the hammer down now. The average moves in excess of 87. 3 out of 7 when it comes to the finishing. He has to go for cover there. He
59.
had absolutely no view of the triple after the second dart.
And this is all one-way traffic now for Stu Wilson, who's starting to get that first dart right in the treble 20.
100.
Minimum of 6 for Stu. Cantell, even with a maximum visit, would not be able to leave himself on a finish. No pun intended.
139. Stu, you require 161.
Finds a couple of trebles, but is it too late for Marco Cantell here? Despite the fact he's thrown first in this leg. Being completely outplayed by Stu Wilson, who
137.
leaves double 12 after 12.
Yeah, it might be too late for Cantell now as Wilson looks to enter the 2-point Tungsten Club. He can find double 12 for
95.
4-0 victory. It
Stu,
would
you require
be
24.
the 4th such whitewash scoreline of the session. To end the procession, double 12. 15 remaining, so 7 for double 4 for the match, and a 4-0 win.
No score.
Oh, wow.
When you've not been
Marco, you
winning, that
require
happens. Just
119.
holding onto the dart too long, the dart's dropping low. The bonus for him is he goes back to the target he originally set up. If Marco doesn't take out the 119, he needs the treble 20 for a dart at tops. Tops. First leg on the board.
99. Stu, you require
But again,
24.
it drags below, and again, the line is gone, and maybe the game is gone for Cantell. Double 6 now for Stu Wilson. Could be awkward.
18.
Case in point.
Marco, you require 20.
Marco has had 8 darts at a double in this game and yet to land a single one. Had to face 6 match darts here from Stu Wilson.
Game shot on the
Finally
fourth leg. Marco
gets a leg on the
Cantell.
board.
Fifth leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
He ain't finished. Just needs to find a couple of breaks.
$79.
Now we have seen some turnaround victories already this week where a player's gone 3-0 up and then
140.
almost that panic set in from a leading position. Stu Wilson will have the advantage of throw if it goes all the way, but Will those missed doubles come back to haunt him?
140.
Just beginning to tick over a bit more now here, Stu. Big visit there. Big passive play coming up here the next 6 starts. Find another one here, Stu. Does find another. He's first to a finish, but what can Cantell leave in response?
Beautiful dart. He could have picked a place for the dart to land. He would have picked it just there on the bottom wire.
125.
That dart losing the line guarantees it's now a 3-dart finish rather than a possible 2.
$52. Marco,
Just
you
a play
require
for Stu
102.
Wilson. Needs a bit more work to be done. Be another dart at a double for Cantell to break the throw of Stu Wilson. It's double 16. Stu Wilson nods along. He expects it to go.
84.
Feels he's seen it before, but he's got the opportunity now to get the match wrapped up.
It should be minimum dart at the ball. He gets the next best prize. It's 2 at double 15, but he moves inside, and so Cantell comes
82.
back to put himself
Marco, you
halfway
require
towards
18.
completing the ultimate Super Series escapology act. Double 9. In fact, he's going to go for the split and leave double 4. He's spurned to dart in the hope that he can find double 4 in 2. And he was correct in his thinking, and he finds a crucial break. Back we go to 3-2.
And Marco will now throw first.
It's Marco to throw first.
Penny for the thoughts of Stu Wilson. What is going through that head? Because he's had opportunities. He had 7 match darts.
Well, he could have been off this stage a 4-0 victor a little more than about 2-3 minutes ago.
$60.
Switched nicely to the 19 so far today, Stu Wilson, finding lots of success in the bottom half of the board.
$60.
These sort of games, there's always a nervy leg, a nervy moment, and I feel we're now getting into that situation where both players are aware of the severity of the moment.
$100.
Marco just showing that experience, showing that grit. We'll see him return to the Alexandra Palace in a couple of weeks' time.
Here's a question for you, Matt.
60.
I know you love a question or two. Out of the 14 players who would have played at the Super Series in 2024 that are going to grace the heralded Ali Pali stage, who do you think is going to go the deepest in the competition?
60.
Well, it's got to be Luke Littler, hasn't it? I wouldn't be surprised to see him reach the quarterfinals.
There'll actually be an all Super Series clash when he takes on Christian Kiss, who, out of the 14 players that have played in the Super Series in 2023, will be the only one to have played at the Alexandra Palace in a Pro Tour place as opposed to an international qualifiers place. One of only 2 players who have ever done that at the Super Series. Last year, Scott Williams did something likewise.
Stu Wilson's completely lost his scoring power here, and he's just opening the door for Marco Cantell to pull off a incredible turnaround that looks so unlikely. Stu Wilson
39.
missing 7 match darts,
Marco, you
but this
require
one
120.
looks like it's going all the way. The odds compilers feel so as well. The putting them both back around that even money mark, going into a last leg shootout where Stu Wilson would have the advantage, but Cantell needs to get there first.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
gets
sixth
there
leg.
with the
Marco
120 finish,
Cantell.
leaves Stu Wilson all the way back on 2-3-3. Is this
Seventh
a
and
bit too
final
much to
leg.
ponder
It's
here
Stu
for
to
Stu
throw
Wilson?
first.
Can he refine that
Game
form?
on.
He's a leg away from victory still, but it'll feel so far away right now.
100.
Well, Marco Cantell found the ladder, but who's going to find heaven in leg 7? We've been overdue one of these, Matt, haven't we? A last leg decider. I don't think it'll be the last either.
140.
And the way in which we found this last leg decider as well, Stu Wilson being 3-0 up, Cantell pulling it back to 3-3. All just now about finding that little bit of composure,
60.
that little bit of quality. And that insert Marco Cantell at this point. Just the 3 darts of his matching the opening 6 of Stu Wilson. Big treble.
85.
This is where the heart rate starts going up. These are those moments.
99.
Cantell just wrestling the advantage of throw. To find another, he really has hammered it home.
100.
Not found, and so Wilson's got the opportunity now to go first to a finish.
This makes it tricky. Can't leave a finish.
17.
And he's just handed a huge gift on a silver platter here to Cantell, who just 1 treble will be all he's thinking here. 2 would be the bonus.
Well, it may well be Christmas, but Stu Wilson has handed Marco Cantell a present. The big question is, can Marco step
60.
in? Didn't really step in though, did he?
Well, he might have another opportunity. He's going to have plenty more opportunities. He's got 6 starts here from
Marco, you
116.
require
Stu Wilson
160.
completely thrown this game away. He's had 7 match darts. He's not been able to convert. And Marco, bit by bit, has clawed it back. And it's tops. 4 darts.
78.
Oh, and that could be awkward. We've seen him split in this situation, so we may only see Marco 2 darts at the double. More twists and turns ahead.
100.
So what do you
Marco,
do,
you
Marco?
require
Do you
38.
split or do you go straight for the hit? With Wilson back on 83. Cantell's mind is whirling around and he decides that the best course of action is to go 6 for double 16 for 4-3 win. It was 3-0 down, but he can't quite pull off the perfect turnaround as of yet. But he
Shot
can
and the
now.
match.
It's the
Marco
ultimate
Cantell.
turnaround. It's the ultimate sigh of relief for Marco Cantell as he beats Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 3. Wood and Finesse follows this up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series,
First
where we now
leg, it's
enter our
Tony to throw
fourth lap
first.
of fixtures.
Game on.
Tony Wood taking on Ryan Finesse. Ryan Finesse, the only player yet to taste defeat. But judging by the table, how it early is setting up, you'd say Tony Wood is the man that's going to rival that O, because Tony Wood sat in second
57.
place. This is first versus second.
Yeah, we certainly fancied this man to be well in the mix in terms
60.
of qualification, either in position P1 or P2. And, well, credit to Marco in the last one, 3-0 down, round out a full 3 win. Still, Tony's going to have to produce something like he
95.
produced in match number 5 today against Stu Wilson, where he averaged over 92. Feel like Ryan's,
60.
although unbeaten, particularly settled well today. He has, well, I know he has plenty more gears in the locker.
He's unbeaten, but vulnerable.
Correct.
And although has been quite vulnerable, he's still
41.
managed to find himself with a leg difference of +10, which surely is a good confidence grower, that you know you're coming here with your B and your C game,
58.
and you're still dominating the table.
Got better leg difference than points. You're doing something right. That tells me when he's playing someone who is a little vulnerable themselves,
60.
he's punishing.
96.
Ready applying pressure on the Tony Wood throw. To say this is the kind of game that
94.
Tony Wood relishes. He's well, they've gone. I don't know what the odds are now before the off, but before we got underway today, it was 10-11.
39.
Tony Wood, 4-5.
Tony, you require 154.
Ryan Finesse, a very much a pick'em game, Matt.
Yeah, there's not much to separate the two. And I think the worry would always be when you're back in 4 against Tony Wood, the slight inconsistencies within the performance.
80.
And you think, okay, you can back against Tony Wood now, and then he comes and burns you with a 92. He's
44.
one of those players that won't let
Tony, you require
positives or
74.
negatives let him run away with anything. He'll just get the same process every single time.
Seems unaffected by the situation he finds himself in.
34.
In an individual
Ryan, you
sport where you
require
can't rely on
144.
others, it's the perfect mentality. Well, 72 leaves 72.
92. Tony, you require 40.
Well, he's had 21 darts here to break the throw of Tony Wood, and he's yet to have a dart at a double, which just shows the lack of scoring power that's existed
Shot
in
on
this
the
leg. And
first
Tony
leg,
Wood,
Tony Wood.
the pincher. Did you say he's pinched that one?
No, I don't think you can.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Pretty
Game
much
on.
own the leg from the midway point.
60. 45.
Finesse, you have to feel that he would feel that the hard work's been done in his opening 3 matches.
137.
It's a minimum requirement on day 1. You think, get 6 points on the board, give myself a chance for tomorrow. Well, he's got 2 bonus games now, if that was the psychology coming into the day.
Yeah, that's the way I treat it. I think, right, I've got 2 left.
41.
Any more points on the board is a bonus. That mentality would allow you to
85.
play with a bit more freedom. Maybe allow yourself to press yourself a bit more.
60. $59.
Better leg this for Finesse. Tony Wood yet
60.
to find a treble.
Ryan, you
12
require
darts in.
160.
I think maybe they're just a bit wary of each other.
You
100.
can sometimes get there where there's just a little bit too much respect.
When you've got those games where you've got a lot of respect for your opponent, you tend to find that if your opponent's not hitting you, you almost, again, get negative because you think, I've got to do it now,
Ryan, you
otherwise he's
60.
going to start hitting.
You tend to follow their level.
40. Tony, you require 155.
Rubber 19 would have left double 19. Wasn't a million miles away.
$139. Ryan, you require 20.
Well, now, Matt, you can't afford to make a mistake.
$10.
He does. That last start, you could see clipping the
Tony,
flight
you
on the way
require
through.
16.
That beautiful setup play there for Tony Wood, who didn't find a treble 20 for his first 12 darts. A 140, a 139
Shot on
gives
the
him the
second
opportunity
leg,
on the
Tony
double
Wood.
8, and he breaks the throw of Ryan Finesse. A man who's had it all his own way so far today is having
Third
nothing
leg,
his
it's
own
Tony
way in
to
this
throw
match.
First. Game on.
And that the dart just didn't look settled in the throwing hand of Ryan Finesse, scoring those 3 darts at double 10.
83.
Ultimately, has been punished. Say the end of the leg made up for the disastrous start for Tony Wood. 140, 139, double 8 in 1.
$43.
Great comeback from Cantell in the last match.
100.
Not quite in as much trouble as Marco. Marco 3-0 down.
It looked so unlikely at the time as well. Stu Wilson running away with it, average going up towards the 90 mark. Had 7 match darts.
61.
Just opportunity by opportunity, just step by step, and that's all you can do. You can't turn it all around in one hit. You just got to do it in those little gradual steps, win those mini battles, and
140.
when you put all those little wins collectively together, it gives you the big win.
Like tiny percentages of improvement, isn't it? When you make them across the board, they add up.
100.
Looks like losing weight, isn't it?
Ryan,
You're not
you
going to lose a
require
stone, but you'll lose a
121.
pound for 12 weeks, and you're then near enough there.
45.
And again, at the back end of the leg, Tony Wood
Ryan, you
finds his
require
best darts.
76.
Setup play has been fantastic.
And it's just loading Finesse with pressure, and he's so much so he's missed the big number.
36. Tony, you require 74.
Beginning a dart at tops here. 2 from 3 on the outer ring.
54. Ryan, you require 40.
Ryan Finesse, who's missed 5 darts at a double already.
Game shot
That's a
on the
leg
third
you want to
leg,
get back on
Ryan
the board
Finesse.
where you're against the throw. We're all back on track.
Yeah, rights the wrongs.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Inspired him.
180.
He takes little moments, just something positive to plant the seed that grows the tree of the comeback.
58. $121. 83.
Control of the leg now. Finesse. 60 the lead. Plus these.
100.
Pretty unassailable lead.
$60. Ryan, you require 100.
Possible. 11 darter on the cards. The
40.
Oh, man, that was a safe dart at tops, and then he's totally overpitched.
Although it was a mistake, it's only a mistake really if it gets punished and it can go
81.
wrong, and Tony Wood all the
Ryan,
way
you
back on
require
300.
60.
Doesn't like the lie, he's trying to figure out left or right. Does he go round the dart or does he go over the dart? He's opted to go over the
Shot on
dart.
the fourth leg.
That is a
Ryan
fantastic
Finesse.
dart there for Ryan Finesse.
Yeah, tidy leg, 14 darter. Neville's proceedings.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Of course,
Game on.
best of 3.
Best of 3, of which Tony Wood will be throwing first. But at the moment, the lack of trebles, that advantage could
43.
very soon dwindle away.
If he keeps finding the red bit.
125.
Horrible deflection, that.
$100. 125.
Both final darts going left. Of over rotation.
We haven't been treated to too many 180s today. Tony Wood with 1, Kevin Dowling with 1.
140.
Bizarre return.
$46.
Well, Finesse did get 1 earlier in this match as well. When you think, got a player in here like Simon Adams who hit 20 180s in his Group A campaign. Cantell hit 12, Wood hit 11. That's 43 maximums in their Group A campaign, and they've just not brought those maximum hitting here to Group C.
130. Tony, you
Picks the
require
ball off.
160.
To leave 75. One of those.
$100. Ryan, you require 75.
Tops of the lead.
Game
Tops he
shot on the
gets.
fifth leg. Ryan Finesse.
And a 14 darters followed by a 15.
Well, if these last couple of games are anything to go by,
Sixth
you
leg.
don't want
it's
the
Ryan
early
to throw
lead
first.
because
Game
we've
on.
seen Drew Wilson 3-0 up, lose 4-3. Now we're seeing Tony Wood 2-0 up. And now he's facing darts here from Ryan Finesse.
95.
Great turnaround victory. A victory that would put him top of the table. All 8 points that he could have got starting to open up a gap of that qualification place, which he'd be 4 points clear of
81.
at the end of this lap of fixtures.
Fast.
$46.
Can he fill it?
140.
Had 12 scores of a ton or more. 7 from Tony Wood. But the
60.
majority of them come in the last 3 legs.
$60.
See by the body language how important it was for him to try and find a treble there, and it was proved elusive.
Needs to fill it up to leave a finish.
140.
Unable to do so,
Ryan,
which
you
offers
require
6 darts now for Ryan
126.
Finesse at the 126 to get this match won. And he doesn't have to use the 19s. Sensible play here from Ryan Finesse. He sets it up
86.
to a preferred double of choice.
Tony can do. Leave it handy. Another one of those would leave tops.
96. Ryan, you require
There's
40.
tops for Finesse to turn this one around from 2-0 down.
Game
Ryan
shot. And the
Finesse
match.
turns it around
Ryan
and picks it up with a
Finesse.
4-2 victory. He is 4 from 4 today, and he is top of the table. Can Marco Cantell chase him down? He's up next against Simon Adams.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, Marco Cantell against Simon Adams. An opportunity
First
for
leg, it's
Simon
Marco
to
to throw
join
first.
Marco on 4 points, or for
Game
Marco
on.
to close the gap on Ryan Finesse to just 2 points. He's currently sat on 4 points. Should be buoyed from what was a wonderful comeback against Stu Wilson last time out, where he trailed 3-0
121.
before reeling off 4 on the spin.
Yeah, and I was saying to Matt Edgar last time he was in the commentary box for the last game that Marco's the type of player that if you can just restrict his points on day one, you could do some hefty
100.
damage to him going into the second day's worth of action in the group. As far as what the odds compiler said about this particular match before dart was thrown, they had Cantell on as the heavy 8-15 favourite. Simon Adams going in as the outsider
60.
at 11-8. I don't know about you, but has the vast amount of matches that he's played this week just beginning to catch up with Simon a little bit?
85.
Yeah, I think that was evident towards the back end of Tuesday and certainly yesterday.
$83.
And this is a big game because as far as Finesse is
100.
concerned, he's one more game against Stu Wilson. You'd expect him to win that one, the man at the top of the pile against the man at the bottom of the pile. If Cantell can get himself on 8 points at the end of the day, he would then be 4 clear of Tony Wood as a minimum. He'd be, well, 4 clear of the rest of the pack. And so he'd put himself in a really strong position, and it'd be Finesse and Cantell. You'd feel like
100.
the two players that would be in some kind of shootout for those 2 spots. And it is the Finn, first to a finish, 137 left after 12 darts. But this is a riposte.
Yeah, Max would leave double 18. Exactly what he does.
80. Marco, you require
Score, board,
137.
pressure, and how a leg can change in a heartbeat. So double 18
97.
for Simon Adams to lead by a
Simon,
leg
you
to nil.
require 36.
Be a breaker throw as well in the opening leg. 2 nines.
$18. Marco, you require 40.
And so Cantell back for tops. Even still, he's just missed 3 darts. A double, and Simon Adams can't help himself but smile.
Could hear how close that one was.
No score.
But the issue was
Simon,
the way
you require
Marco's darts go in
18.
the ball, because it was pitched that way, there was less of the bed to aim at. It's an open bed now for Simon Adams. Double 4.
10.
And still we go on.
Marco, you require 40.
Tosser Cantell. This would be for 5 legs in a row. Won the last 4 to get the better of Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 3, but that is an awful first dart.
You can see what he can see. That shot was pretty much over the shoulder, and he's done well to get it that close.
Good luck, sir.
20.
Dip below.
Simon, you require 8.
11 missed darts between the pair in this opening leg, and Simon Adams is now going to have his 6th dart at a double to complete the job. Two twos.
4.
Yeah, it was
Marco, you
close,
require
but it wasn't quite
20.
close enough. And so Cantell back for double 10. One left.
No score.
And the slow burner
Simon, you
goes
require
on.
4.
Quite bizarre, isn't it? Infectious.
Game shot on the first
Well, we got there in the
Simon
end.
Adams.
And even Simon Adams can't hide beneath the laughter. It was even a fist bump from Marco.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw
darts,
first.
eh? 20
Game
darts
on.
that took at a double to complete the first leg between the pair. 1-0 to Simon Adams, breaker throw. And you know what? Following that, let's just carry on. Let's move on. Hold on.
121.
Well, that would have been incredible. We had a shambolic leg where no one could finish their dinner, and then Simon Adams nearly went off max.
Sums up this crazy sport.
What's happening here?
140.
Darts.
Just another game of darts, mate.
Exactly that.
60. $100.
Interesting, you think about the landscape of darts in Scandinavia, and Finland was kind of booming for a long time. Also, we had like the Jaakko Kamula and
45.
players like that doing very well on the BDO circuit, and then they had that run to the World Cup semi-finals, didn't they, in the PDC back in 2013. But it's been a part of the world that, especially that we've seen here, has kind of been taken over a little bit more by Sweden, hasn't it, in recent times?
Yeah, well, we've had an
100.
influx of successful Swedish players winning weeks and making finals nights.
And of course, Jani
100.
Havisto missed match
Marco,
darts.
you
It's
require
Gary Anderson at the World
161.
Championship once upon a time. As Cantell has 6, at least 6, to take out this second leg. Well, if he went for the treble 17 and he found the bullseye, it would have been the biggest roll reverse of a leg we've ever seen here.
97.
And in fairness to Marco, he's settled the better in this second leg after what happened before, even though he lost the first leg.
$65. Marco, you require 64.
Could be 16s. Treble 8 or the treble 16 works. Treble 16's the target.
32.
Same
Simon, you
result.
require 110.
and 10s.
So Cantell back for 32 to square this game up
40.
at 1 apiece.
Marco, you require 32.
Two 8s.
24.
13 now missed at a
Simon,
double
you
for
require
Marco.
70.
Seeing if I can sort of see any linking stats. Tops.
50. Marco, you
Well,
require
between them,
8.
They've had 25 darts at a double and hit 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Marco
But we can change
Cantell.
that fact now. It's 2 from 26. 1-1. Crucially, the scoreline. Both legs won with
Third
breaks
leg,
of
it's
throw.
Marco
And
to throw first.
that perhaps representative
Game
of what
on.
has been quite a scrappy game up to press. And Simon Adams, probably the facial expression there, probably summed it up for all of us. Question marks all over the place. The irony has been about this game is actually the scoring phase of legs hasn't been too bad.
Oh, he's had 6 scores of a ton or more in the 2 legs. Simon's had
60.
5, including the only max of the match.
$42. $100.
Don't forget, we are back this evening from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
97.
Group C should be completed by then.
$40.
Here's a question for you, Mace. Jeffrey
80.
DeGraff, looking at what's happened today, would he have felt like he would have preferred to be in this group as opposed to a heavyweight pack group B?
Yeah, I think when you look across his level of performance in Group A, probably feel like he would have been
135. Marco, you require 142.
favourite to win this Group C. His performance in Group A and the fact that he finished in a top 3 position in what was a tough Group A has gone under the radar, I think, a little bit.
78.
I was very much of the thought that he's a player that will improve as the week goes on, and he's in a real tough group tonight. Conor Heenahan, Mike Warburton,
121. Marco, you require
Steve
64.
West, Jeffrey himself, and 3 from 5. You'll do well picking 3 with too much confidence from that 5 to progress to join the big rig. Ben Robb, the winner of that Group A. He's safely through. Wow,
Marco
a double,
Cantell.
hitting 1 dart.
He's 2-2 now. 2-1 Cantell leads.
4th leg, it's Simon to throw
And
first.
importantly, if Marco can
Game
get
on.
over the line in this one, he'll move in 2 points of Ryan Finesse. 1 game left to go. That's against Tony Wood, who would be his other big rival for the 2nd place position. He can move 4 clear of him and 4 clear of the rest of the pack.
140.
He's in a very good position. Elsewhere in the world of darts today, big night in Boston. It's the Night at the Darts event, which is taking place there.
Oh, I thought you meant Boston, Massachusetts.
108.
Slightly closer to Boston you're on about. That's Lincolnshire, isn't it?
Indeed it is, as Cantler hits a max.
Who's playing there then, mate?
60.
I know the green machine's there, and Johnny Clayton.
Scott Williams, of course, his hometown.
Yep, he's from that manor.
We've got Darryl Gurney and Bobby George in action there tonight.
Yeah, that's not too far from
95.
where Bobby lives. Probably a hour or so up the road.
And if you do want to go to one of these exhibition nights, the dartshot.tv website, where we show the QR code for
100.
Saturday evening, also gives you the opportunity to attend various exhibitions. And on top of that as well, the tickets for the World Seniors Championship is also available via that QR code.
Yeah, that's not long away, and the tickets are, as you'd imagine, selling fast for that one at the legendary
100.
iconic Circus Tavern. Might see me there.
Is it first game on again for Mace?
If it is, I'm not going.
Just get game 2 now instead.
Marco, you require 126.
Problem is, at the minute, it's finding time to practice. I've got to make time, not excuses.
Oh, you can have a chuck between sessions.
Good.
74. Simon, you require 101.
Well, 101 after 12. It's not quite full red 10 leg, but it would be the professional 15 if he can find double 16 for 2-2.
69.
Doesn't go.
Marco,
And you expect
require
Cantell to step
52.
in.
Yeah, he's got to start mopping up these opportunities. But of course, allow him to take control. He's only just in the 12. Too much fun down here.
32.
Can't believe it.
Simon, you require 32.
Pitched low.
I don't know what he said in Swedish, but I can only imagine.
Double 8.
Game
Oh,
shot on
wait,
the
and
fourth
it's
leg.
2-2.
Simon Adams.
I tell you what, the crowd at Ali Pali are going to love that celebration. They're just going to love Simon Adams, I think.
Fifth leg.
He's
It's
going to be the
Marco
type of
throw
player they're going to
first.
fall in love with.
Game on.
Well, Leonard Gates made a similar impact over the last 18 months or so. Leonard, of course, a 9-darter here recently at the Super
140.
Series. He's still going strong in the WDF Championships.
That game between Leonard Gates and Danny Lauby. is
You
gonna be-
you went there last night, didn't you?
Indeed.
Did they roll out the red
96.
carpet for you?
The Lakeside Red Carpet's been there since 1986, Mace.
No, Henry.
And that'll be some game, that Gates against Lauby. So he beat
46.
Jono Bottenberg in 24 minutes. That included a transmission break after 2 sets. They got on stage at 7:03. The first dart was thrown. He was off stage 24 minutes later, including that ad break. He won 9 legs to 1.
100.
I'm saying now.
Averaged about 90, 91 all told in that particular match.
I watched the back end of Leonard's game the
100.
other day, and he sort of popped and fizzed for a while, but finished so strong. Back-to-back 11 darters.
Andy Barnes looks in good nick as well. Looked very good, didn't he, yesterday? And Gary Stone
85.
played very well, just got nothing in return.
Yeah, that was a super match to watch. I tuned into that one.
I think the winner of that Gates Lauby game will get through to the
83.
final on that half of the draw.
Is Neil Duff's in that half, isn't he? I thought he looked very comfortable. It looks like he's put in a lot of work.
60. Marco,
preparation,
you
and
require
he's-
132.
Sounds confident. Or if he's in action tonight, is he, or is it tomorrow night? No, it is. He's in action tonight at 9 o'clock, so you can watch a Super Series regular before tuning into Sporty from 10 o'clock. He takes
Simon, you
on
require
another player we've seen a lot of
160.
here at the Super Series, Martin Turner. In fact, the vast majority of players in the WDF Championships have played here.
Well, if you found another one of them and found the tots, that would have been a tie. Turner. Cantell back for 24 for
84.
a 3-2 lead.
Marco, you require
And a put himself a leg
24.
away from the match. 2 12s. Has to look up to the top side of it. Moves inside, so double 6.
Finishing has been an
Simon, you
absolute
require
disaster.
76.
2 from 20. Simon's 2 from 15. Oh, he's got 2 at double 8. Unlikely looking 3-2 lead.
72. Marco, you
The
require
misses go
12.
on. They're becoming endemic. So double 6 for Cantell. What will be his 21st start at a double in 5 legs. 2 threes. We've been here before. To be fair, we've been everywhere around the board before in this game.
9.
That pitch is above, and you can't go no
Simon,
further
you
when you're on
require
3.
4.
Adams down on double 2. The 41st and 42nd dart of the match at
Game
double,
shot on the
and that's the
fifth leg,
43rd
Simon
dart at double in
Adams.
the match, and the 5th one hit. Simon Adams leads 3-2.
6th leg, it's Simon to throw
43
first.
darts at a double. 5 hit.
Game
This has
on.
got to start getting into record territory.
To minute 21.
100.
37 missed darts at a double.
$48.
Well, we've got a bit of time. Fortunately, this is Murph's favourite. Well, it's my favourite of the feature of the day that
100.
Murph does for me on this darting day. And we'll start with birthdays. Happy birthday to UK Open winner, Andrew Gilding. '91 on this darting day. Rod Harrington beat
78.
Phil Taylor in the final of the World Masters. Of course, the World Masters used to be around this time of the year. 96, a year I played in it. Colin Monk beat Richie Burnett,
125.
father of Aaron Monk, who we've seen a lot of here, of course. '2008, it was a cracking final.
100.
Adams beating Waite 7-6. What's beautiful about the old World Masters, each set was only best of 3 legs, so comebacks were a regularity. It was on the end of a comeback against John Walton in the
140.
semi-finals.
Amazes me what Murph does when he's not commentating, isn't it? So, double 18 for the match for Simon Adams.
50.
This will be a tough one to take
Simon, you require 36.
for Marco.
2 18s. Double 9. And he can
Shot
afford
and the
himself a
match,
smile now
Simon
as
Adams.
Simon Adams gets the better of Marco Cantell by 4 legs to 2. And so the South African moves on to 4 points. Alongside Cantell, it's Dowling and Wilson after this short break. Welcome back, where we see Stu Wilson and Kevin Dowling complete their practice darts as they play their penultimate game of the session as far as today is concerned. Kevin Dowling with 1 victory to his name. That was a 4-0 win in his first match against Tony Wood, but things have subsided ever since for the Bounty Hunter. He takes on Stu Wilson, yet to get off the mark. These are the bottom two going toe-to-toe. Matthew Edgar alongside me in the commentary box. Now, I know you're not used to being at the bottom of tables here at the Super Series,
First
or
leg,
indeed
it's
in your
Kev to throw
previous life
first.
as a wrestler. But what are both of these
Game
players
on.
thinking right now?
Opportunity. No one's pulling away here. Ryan Finesse obviously pulling away at the top, but the opportunity for the second position is still wide open. Kevin Dowling's got 2 points on the board. A win here
60.
will have him in joint second position. No one is making a move here, so plenty of opportunity. Even for Stu Wilson, who's already lost 3, he can play himself into contention here.
87.
What were your thoughts on the previous match, Matt?
Missed opportunities there for Cantell again. He made the same mistake as last time when he played Stu Wilson. But this time,
85.
wasn't able to turn it around. Simon Adams got the victory, and that's 2 victories so far today for him. He's in contention. He's on 4 points.
140.
Well, Stu Wilson went off 4-6 favour with the odds compilers. Kevin
60.
Dowling at 11-10 with the bookies. Remember, 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the MODUS Super Series today.
100.
Wilson's kind of wrestled the throw, hasn't he, here in this opening leg?
Yeah, I was really hopeful the way Kevin Dowling started off his day. He was very good on the doubles. He was finding the treble a
39.
throw. He was looking very dangerous, but sort of just tailed off as the day's gone on. And Stu Wilson, a man looking for his first points, though, a bit void of confidence.
94.
Well, this might have been a chance here for Kevin Dowling to try and make a statement early on, and he's only found the 1 treble in his opening 12.
58.
So,
Stu, you
Stu has all the
require
time in the
80.
world to wrap this opening leg up.
And having the times allowed him to start on the 16s. He's gone for a double-double there. Very
48.
cheeky of Stu Wilson. I like the settle play, though. Don't have to go on the 20s if you don't like that area of the board when your opponent's back on 199.
$85. Stu, you
So,
require
double
32.
16 for breaker throw and to lead 1-0.
Game shot on the
He's been
first
good on that
leg.
target,
Stu
but he's been
Wilson.
given the opportunity, Stu Wilson, as a few times he's found it towards the bottom corner. He breaks the throw at Kevin Dowling to lead
Second
by a
leg,
leg
it's
to
Stu
0.
to throw first. Game on.
Getting that first dart in the treble here, Stu Wilson, on a regular basis, which they're confidence builders. When you get it
99.
first, get it early.
$100.
Don't forget to join us later. 10 o'clock, Shane McGurk, Jeffrey DeGraff, Mike Warburton, Steve West, and Conor Heenahan in action. And I'm going to make a bold prediction about
84.
tonight's action, Matt. I think we're going to have an average in excess of 105 and possibly one in excess of 110.
100.
I mean, we do have some quality players in there, and if you do get that, you'll probably find that both those predictions will come in the same fixture.
100.
I think this is a group that illuminates like neon lights on the Las Vegas Strip. They come alive at night. You know how good Steve West is in Group B. Conor Heenahan hits 9 darters in Group B. And I think Shane McGurk could severely go under the radar in comparison to everybody else.
He won't. I won't let him. He's been playing some quality darts. He's not going to
100.
slip under the radar. We'll be throwing plenty of light on him this evening.
And Wilson on the cusp here with a 118, which will give him a 2-0 lead in this match.
60. Stu, you require 118.
Dowling, this would be a seventh leg, lost in succession. He lost out 4-2 to Marco
54.
Cantell. He then lost 4-0 to Ryan Finesse, and is on the cusp of going 2-0 down here to Stu Wilson.
45. Stu, you require 64.
Another. And now the double for 2-0.
Game shot.
Where it was always going
leg,
to go,
Stu
wasn't
Wilson.
it? It's Stu Wilson on double 16. He backs the break with a hold. 2 darts at double 16.
Third leg.
2
it's Kev to
darts
throw
hit.
First.
He's 2-0 to the
Game on.
good.
I mean, gritting his teeth there. You can see the anger and the frustration starting to boil
60.
through. He's probably been in the practice room playing beautiful darts and then comes up on the stage. He's averaging in the 60s for a second consecutive fixture.
60.
Is it fair to say it's been an attritional afternoon, Matt?
A what? Nutritional
140.
afternoon.
Attritional.
You might need to explain that a bit more.
There's no point asking the question then. Basically, has it been an afternoon where
140.
people have gone through the motions? I might as well just said that the first time.
Oh yeah, it's been one of them. Yeah. It's been an attritional afternoon.
100.
Bus thrown very much under. Thank you, Matt.
140.
Wilson 161 for the double break and 3-0.
81.
And all the years of experience that Kevin
require
Dowling's got there, I'd
161.
expected him to go into the bullseye with that last start. Try and guarantee leaving a 2-dart possibility. Try to force in the treble.
60.
Wilson just trying to see where his equipment is. He's got a ring somewhere and he's got
Kev,
a
you
flight
require
somewhere else.
120.
Ladder time. The ladder's been taken down. So Wilson 101 for 3-0 lead. The double
88.
break.
Stu, you require 101.
Well, that's a happy enough accident. Double 20 tops. Unless he wants to go bull, of course. Maybe because the way his darts go in the board, that first dart, a happy accident numerically perhaps
42.
was a nice lie because of the way the
Kev,
darts
you
go in the
require
board.
32.
Can Kevin Dowling get back to the doubling he was doing at the start of the day? Which Kevin Dowling are we going to get in this leg?
60.
Appears to be the Kevin Dowling of match number 3,
you
where he had
require
10 darts at a
59.
double and wasn't able to convert any of them.
Hasn't missed a dart at double yet in this match, Stu Wilson. This has been a much inflamed performance from him. Double 10.
49.
Doesn't go, and so Dowling comes back
Kev,
for
you
double
require
8 to
16.
bring it back to 2-1.
Game
And
shot
he'd
on
have
the
wanted to
third
do that with
leg,
no
Kev
faffing.
Dowling.
Get it done with the first start and try and refine that confidence on the outer ring. In match number 1 and 2, he only had 7 darts at a double and hit
Fourth leg,
6.
it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
Then gone on a run of 13 misses in a row before finding that double 8. He's back on track.
There's 2 in,
140.
but only a 140 to start leg number 4 for Stu Wilson. I don't know about you, Matt, but this has last leg decider written all over it for me.
100.
We saw it earlier on, didn't we? We had a few of those 4-2s. You know, didn't go all the way, but we had a couple of games where someone went out in front
60.
and then got clawed back in and then was put amongst the heat of battle. And Stu Wilson, who's missed opportunities to go 3-0 up here in this match, may well be pegged back.
100. $118.
In this particular moment, Matt, and every player knows that they've still got levels, they've still got gears to go. Is there a danger you try too hard because you feel like there's an opportunity there to be
38.
grasped at, and you try too hard in trying to seize that initiative?
We're already there. I think we was there a couple of games ago, to be honest with you, where they're trying to read the situation, trying to read the play, and ultimately, it detriments
100.
performance.
$58. Stu, you
Well, the
require
play was the correct one, the
83.
execution wasn't. 83 for Wilson for 3-1. 66 remain, doesn't have to chase the ball. 5 to
51.
then in turn set itself up for 32, which is won his first 2 legs on in this match.
$92. Stu, you require 32.
Stu Wilson's been very confident in this area of the board. He's been trying to leave it
Shot
at
on the
all
fourth leg,
possibilities.
Stu Wilson.
Clearly a favourite of Stu Wilson, and he's used it once again to put himself a leg away. He has been here before.
Fifth
He was
leg, it's
3-0
Kev
up
to throw
against
first.
Marco Cantell and wasn't
Game on.
able to get over the line. 7 match darts missed to get his first point on the board at the last time, but you'd imagine he should get more opportunities here to get his first points.
98.
And because of the margin of victory, it would mean that Wilson would come off the foot of the table and the bounty hunter will
137.
find himself in Davy Jones's locker. Oh, sweet Neptune.
140.
14 points in the averages here. Stu Wilson, just a touch over 90, which is by far the best performance we've
77.
seen of him so far today. Till then, it was the 84 that he got in match number 2.
$60. $100.
Beautiful last start there, and because the dart's kicked to the side, it just opened up that corner where, for a standard angle of entry, you wouldn't have been able to put that to the right-hand side, so a unique part of the Stu Wilson throw.
57.
Kevin Dowling is becoming in trouble here. If Stu Wilson is to win this game, and by this sort of scoreline, it will move Kevin Dowling to the bottom of the table.
60. Kev, you require 146.
And this is just for hold of throw. 2 treble 19s, double 16 was the play for Dowling, but the ironic roll of the eyes tells you everything that he thinks. And so, is Stu Wilson going to treat us to our favourite finish,
27.
1-2-7
Stu,
to
you
win
require
the game? Because that would be a
127.
brilliant way to finish it off. Treble 19. Not going to go.
That'll be the target that Kevin Dowling's going to be hoping
59.
to hit here at the start of this
Kev, you
119
require
combination. A
119.
finish that no player likes. Kevin Dowling might be a big fan of it. 2 darts time. He can't go. So Stu Wilson, 68
59.
points away from his
Stu,
first
you
victory
require
of the day.
68.
And he would put himself off the foot of the table This has been a real good performance this from Stu Wilson. He's clambered his way through the levels. And it's going to be double 16 to win the match
Game
by
shot
4
and the
legs
match,
to 1.
Stu
And how
Wilson.
good has he been on that target in this match? Stu Wilson with a double 16 upon to beat Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 1. Cantell Woods up next.
We're back now for our final lap of fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series. Marco Cantell, who just went down to Simon Adams, doesn't have long to come back and put this right. He's not had long on the practice board, and the quick turnaround may be a bit of a friend, not having that time to sit around and ponder in the back room. And he's coming up against a man that he has played 3 times already this week, Tony Wood, both players graduating through Group A campaigns, and both players
First leg, it's
well and
Marco to throw
truly in the
first.
mix here.
Game on.
This Group C campaign. Both have picked up 2 victories, both on 4 points. The winner of this match will end the fixture in 2nd place.
Yep, right in the mix. There's only one player really who's taken this group by the scruff of the neck,
140.
and that's Ryan Finesse, who will be up next in our penultimate game against Stu Wilson. What about producing a big win at this stage?
140.
Feel like wins of 4-3 gonna cut it for Tony Wood, because he's currently sat on -2. Marco on -3.
45.
The prize package. Simon Adams, who's used a couple of wins, but he's on 0 leg difference. Plays in our
78.
final match of the session against Kevin Dowling, who probably would have felt he would have nicked the points against Stu Wilson, but it was a vast improvement. The signs were there in his previous match, but he ultimately ended up
41.
going on to lose against Marco. But at 3-0, he looked in good shape to maybe produce a late surge.
And maybe
60.
a little word of warning as well for people before they go piling into Ryan Finesse, which I do think represents good value, actually. He is available at odds of 4 to 6 to beat Stu Wilson, but that average and that performance from Stu Wilson in the last game is better than anything we've seen so far from Ryan
105.
Finesse today. So it might not be as nailed on as it may look on initial inspection.
Yeah, absolutely. On paper, when you compare their days in terms of results, however, to
100.
dig a little deeper.
Marco, you require 170.
170. Marco, the big fish that is known in the world of darts, and he is from Finland, which I believe is quite famous for its fish.
98. Tony, you require 123.
Yes, their delicacy is something that smells like it shouldn't be eaten.
$66, Tony. Probably going to have to go on the 16 corridor. 16 for ball. Sure of that. A nice, big, safe 16.
Shot on the first leg.
And
Tony
a
Wood.
beautiful bullseye there for Tony Wood. That's a breaker throw. And for Marco Cantell, it all feels like it's going wrong for him right now.
Second leg. It's Tony to throw
You
first.
take his last couple
Game
of
on.
fixtures. He's had opportunities. 39 darts at a double. And he is now being punished here. Because he's going to be in a position where he could lose touch a little bit here with that top of the table position. If Tony Wood continues to throw darts like this is an
140.
incredible start.
Yeah, I spoke to him in between matches, and Eddie felt really, really tight across the shoulders. He's felt it this week. He's played a lot of legs.
60.
You can see that there as well because the extension's got quite a bit of lift coming into it now, which is another sign that you can't just open freely and get that full natural extension of the arm.
Absolutely correct.
41. $59.
This is the last fixture of the day for these two players. We will have a couple more fixtures still to go as people play their fifth and final matches. Stu Wilson will take on Ryan Finesse,
100.
and Simon Adams will take on Kevin Dowling. I believe that's a game that they'll probably both right now we're feeling is a big opportunity.
Yeah, they both feel like it's a winnable game.
$41.
This right now for Marco Cantell feels like a game that he just wants to be done with. Really struggling here.
Yeah, it's been a tough old day.
140.
Well, for Tony Wood, he's getting better. Maybe Tony Wood's aware and is looking to seize the opportunity. Because there is a big opportunity here to get through to Saturday night. And
140.
that's extra prize money
Tony, you
and
require
an opportunity.
Yeah, to walk away with a substantial sum of money, not just this week. Of course, the winner this week takes away 5,000 plus their appearance money. But then in the hat,
Game shot on a
for
second
the
leg.
20,000
Tony
first
Wood.
prize in Champions Week. Tony Wood here, back to back. 15 darters.
Third leg, it's Marco
1,
to
2,
throw
3
first.
finish.
Game on.
Yet to miss a dart at a double. And a 100 plus average.
$100.
switch in there because that first start became a
40.
blocker. You saw how it clattered into the tungsten and went into the one. You know, Cantelle's got fight about him.
Yeah, it's been shown today against you, Wilson.
60.
Wilson 3-0 up in that game. Cantell completely turned it around to get the 4-3 victory.
$83.
You obviously know Tony Wood better than I do, Chris. Is he an average thinker? Because every time he seems to be getting on for a big average, it's like he starts to go a bit wayward. Is he aware of things
100.
like the moments?
Yeah, well, he's old school. Back in the day when we used to play Super League, of course, there was no Dart Connect or something similar. So you'd have a general idea in your mind, and when you know you're on a big average, you can spoil
43.
it by thinking about what you want to achieve.
Weren't you one of the players that said you could literally walk off stage and you knew your average before
Yeah.
anyone told you?
Yeah.
40.
Which is a bad thing, because you're ultimately not thinking about winning the game. You're doubling down because you're not only thinking about winning the game, it's how you win the game, where priority is to get the points.
Well, essentially start counting darts, don't you? And if you've got 3
99.
darts in hand, you hit it with the last one, you're almost not happy that you've won the leg. You're
No.
disappointed because it was 3rd dart.
Exactly that. Well, you should be overjoyed with just winning the leg or the match.
60.
And of course, when you're aware that you're, on the mythical 100+ average, as it was back in the day, thinking, oh, if I hit this, I've got it. Well, then not only have you got the pressure of winning a game, you now got the pressure of trying to do it in 1 dart.
140. Marco, you require 141.
Beautiful 140 there for Tony Wood. It's been a key feature of his game, that sort of setup play when he gets down to the moment he needs to hit something to set something up.
83.
96 points to go for
Tony,
Tony
you
Wood.
require 96.
Get this, that'll be a double breaker throw.
Just misses the treble 20, loses the line, treble 19 for double 18, gets it. Super recovery dart.
60.
The first dart
Marco, you
of the
require
double
58.
missed in the match. Marco has had some serious double trouble here today.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Marco Cantell.
That comes to an end for Marco Cantell, who hits tops to hold on to his throat. Still,
4th leg.
advantage,
It's Tony to
Tony
throw
Wood.
first. Game on.
Cantell needs to find something against the darts.
$30. $140.
Nearly the first max of the match.
$140.
Clearly the first max of the match. There's an echo in here.
96.
Reminder, today is a
100.
double darting action day. We're back later on this evening, 10 o'clock, for some Group B action. And, well, it's some Group B, isn't it, tonight? I'm really looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I am the same. Don't forget, for the viewers outside of the UK, you can Watch it via our
24.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. While you're there, please just hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and we'll send you an alert when we go live, and give us a thumbs up. Helps with the analytics of our page. For those of you inside the UK, of course, you can watch via Sporty Stuff TV
100.
from 10 o'clock. And of course, on your app or on your tablet or laptop with your chosen bookmaker. There is other avenues, but
140.
leave that to your
Tony,
imagination.
you require 131.
Beautiful first up. Able to leave the double there, but he's going to set this up nicely and force the hand of Marco Cantell.
91. Marco, you require
Who's
101.
doubling over the last hour or so, has left a lot to be desired. But he's going to get a dart. Going to be at tops.
81. Tony, you require 40.
Same target for Tony Wood.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tony Wood.
Oh, resisting the fight back from Marco.
Fifth leg.
Leads
It's Marco
3-1,
to
just
throw
one
first.
away from
Game
ending
on.
his day on a high and in P2. Remember, only the top two from this Group C progress to Saturday night's final at the completion tomorrow afternoon.
140.
I suppose as we're entering our fifth lap of fixtures, a good opportunity to take a look at the live in-play table. This
60.
does include the 2 points for Tony Wood winning this game, as he's currently ahead. So if he was to win this, would be in that second place position. You'll see Ryan Finesse been running away with things at the top of the table here, winning all 4 fixtures with a leg difference of plus 12. The only player in the field who has a positive leg difference. Marco Cantell, just off your screen there. He's joint third with Simon Adams, 4 points.
60.
But a -5 leg difference. Stu Wilson and Kevin Dowling propping up the bottom of the table, both with 1 apiece. 2 points.
133.
Beautiful leg here from Cantell, finding 3 double power treble visits.
A genuine chance, an opportunity for an 11 darter.
85. Marco, you require 92. $52.
For Tony, he'll just be thinking here, no damage done. This is on your throw, Marco. If this was in the next leg where it would be on the Tony Wood throw, that's when panic comes in. But for Tony right now, he can just sort of ride the punches here.
60. Marco, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Marco Cantell.
No dramas there for Cantell. 13 darters a hold.
Absolute beauty.
Sixth leg. It's Tony to throw
This
first.
is the key leg.
Game on.
Got a break here. Tony Wood takes the points.
$81.
Has been decent performance from both. Averages not far away from the 90 mark.
100.
Been far from a horrible game, this one. Decent enough quality. Decent enough moments.
$85.
Well, when we speak about averages, we have only had the one average today break the 90 mark, and that was by Tony Wood in match number 2. 92.06. So it's safe to say that the players are saving the best for last here.
140.
Will be your first fixture for both these players tomorrow as we flip the order. Today we end with Simon Adams, Kevin Dowling. Tomorrow we'll be starting with Simon Adams versus Kevin Dowling.
100. $85.
Wood's got to be careful here. Could get drawn into a
43.
battle where we know Cantell can turn these around. He's done it once already.
Oh, he's in the pole position here. If he can find, maybe go to 54. The way his darts dipped down, that
45.
was risky. Bad ball management. Not able to capitalise on that mistake.
30. Marco, you require 131.
All bad news. Not on a finish.
$91. $105.
Well, he's left himself
Marco,
an
you require
opportunity.
40.
But Cantell has refound his finishing boots.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Marco Cantell.
Oh, comeback. Almost complete.
7th and final leg. It's Marco to throw first.
But it is
Game
advantage
on.
Marco.
Advantage in terms of momentum, turning it around. Advantage in terms of the fact that he will be throwing first in this deciding leg. Be thinking one treble a throw,
100.
try get down for that potential 15 darter and force Tony to have to chase that 12.
$60.
That advantage just grows there with the lack of a treble from Tony Wood.
Like you so rightly say, your Marco here thinking one big treble a visit.
43.
Just like the theme of the day has gone here in Group C, Marco not able to drive home that advantage.
60.
Oh, he's just left himself vulnerable a few times, hasn't he? That's okay for him.
100.
That'll be more than okay for him. Opens up a gap of 130. Time is just running out for
100.
Tony Wood.
Needs a mistake, doesn't he? From Marco.
$82.
Doesn't leave a finish. However, Tony's going to have to find two treble visit himself. One of them. There's the other.
140.
This one have another twist.
$100.
See there, the
Tony, you
second
require
treble.
141.
Not in. Try to force one. This would be incredible. Treble 19. Double 10 for double 16.
Well, he was 3-0 down
Marco,
against
you
Stu
require
Wilson earlier on
76.
today and managed to turn it round to win 4-3. He was 3-1 down here against Tony Wood. Can he turn it around and pick up another turnaround victory?
He's the comeback king. He can find double 8, which he does.
And the match,
Plum
Marco
in the middle,
Cantell.
and he takes the spoils. That's certainly one that's got away for Wood. 88-46 Cantell. Tony Wood 86-16. When we come back, penultimate match of the session, Stu Wilson against Ryan Finesse. Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for our penultimate match of the session. And it features Stuart Wilson,
First leg, it's Stu to throw
currently
first.
with one win to his name
Game on.
today. Came against Kevin Dowling, and it was a good performance up against Ryan Finesse, who, by opposite comparison, is unbeaten today.
140.
4 from 4, but there was signs against Marco for Stu Wilson in
180.
match number 9. He was beginning to find his feet. He led 3-0 and at that point was averaging well over 90. Ultimately ended up losing the match, but bounced back well with a great win
95.
over Kevin Dowling. Finesse has just been, well, he was a 6-speed. He's been
31.
going along in second gear, Henry.
Yeah, he's just been able to almost coast his way towards the top of the table. But for Stu Wilson, well, the performances in terms of the numbers in the last couple of
59.
games haven't been too little. But the problem may be that it might be a case of the results being too late as far as he's concerned. And
140.
maybe at the middle portion of the day, we would have given this as a wide finesse win and perhaps a wide finesse win by a wide margin. But this isn't as easy a game as perhaps it looked like it was going to be a couple of hours ago.
Oh yeah, by nature
100.
of the
Ryan, you require 150.
bizarre performances at times from the players. I don't mind him staying there for double 15.
92. Stu, you
Forcing
require 107.
Wilson into a sum plus finish. That leaves 50. That leaves 32. Double 16.
91. Ryan,
Inside
you
it
require
goes. And so
58.
finesse for the break of throw. 58 for a 1-0 lead. 2 in hand at tops.
Game shot
Only
on the
needs the
first
one.
leg.
Smack
Ryan
bang in the
Finesse.
middle. Finesse leads by a leg to 0. And I don't think if Finesse completes a card, I don't think
Second
there's been a
leg, it's
player
Ryan
who's
to
so
throw first.
comfortable in completing
Game
the
on.
card, but yet has not been needing to have played at his top level.
Yeah, and he's just managed situations well, hasn't he? When he's not been at his best,
140.
he's found a level that's more than enough.
And you think as well, say he gets through to Saturday night's final, that if somebody does give him that push, he'll still be able to accelerate through the gears.
Yeah, you'd like to think so.
100.
Had a lengthy conversation with him. He's very confident in his ability. I think he's found it relatively easy today, and I don't
58.
think he's particularly comfortable with that. He's just not looked as settled as I'd like to see him. If he relaxed a little bit more and
60.
just flowed rather than forced.
A little bit like a football team winning the cup tie that are expected to win to a certain extent. You're not going to learn much from it, really, are you?
No. They're not going to get extended.
60.
How's the mighty Portsmouth getting on at the moment, mate? Are they doing okay?
Yeah, still
Still
at the top of League One. Well, top 3 now anyway of the division. So got a big game against Bolton Wanderers on Monday night on the telly. I'm sure you'll have it on the down at the pub.
Yep, we will do.
100.
Oh no, we won't. The Live Lounge Live, pal.
Who cares about that? Just
That's
put the Pompey game on.
That's taking priority over every TV in the pub.
88. Check 86.
Well, again, Finesse, first to a finish.
$100. Ryan, you require 100.
Double 20 and tops. Double 15 or double 19. Likes tops, so 45.
48. Stu, you require
And so
81.
this is for the break back for Stu Wilson. 81. Double 12. And now sixes to level us up.
75.
Just nudges inside.
Yeah, and those
Ryan,
have
you
got to
require
go. He
52.
had one dart, didn't he? In leg 1. 2 darts at tops. Gonna need double 10 and
42.
well inside.
Stu, you require 6.
And this has been a rarity today. Second bite of the cherry. Double 3. Finesse hasn't given away too many opportunities.
Game shot
But
on
that's
the
a good
second
find.
leg.
That's
Stu
a good
Wilson.
find considering the way the first 2 darts were precariously placed. 1-1.
Yeah, super last dart that from
Third leg, it's
Stu
Stu to throw
Wilson.
first.
Puts us back on throw.
Game on. $100.
Suppose that's going to be quite the tech operation, isn't it, on Monday night?
Yeah,
60.
I'm glad I'm not attempting to put it together. I'm just going to be the carrier, carrying the equipment in.
Chief Wire Boy.
100.
Yeah, that's going to be it for me. Leave that to the experts.
Don't cut the green one, will you?
60.
There's still tickets available for that, or is that sold out?
It's pretty close.
100. 60.
Live, loud, live.
Live.
And it's live.
100.
Person here.
And he's built on that steel in leg 2.
85.
He's got a
Stu, you require
lead.
101.
It's on here for the ultimate red pen leg. 4 tons, 101 after 12. Gonna go. But he's got the luxury of time.
54.
Well, this is going to be the first time Ryan's going to be asked a few questions today.
$41.
With 2 on
Stu,
lead.
require 47.
216 to Stu Wilson. 88.
39.
He's not found, but he is going to have more opportunities.
Fair play to him. He's grafting hard here. His start to the day
65.
when
Stu, you
we'd
require
forgiven
8.
him for almost waving the white flag, but he's grafting hard. To get more than 1 win out of today.
Game shot on the third leg.
Going in the right
Stu
direction,
Wilson.
leads 2-1.
And had to be a little bit careful there because with my Finesse slowly tiptoeing, he didn't want to be leaving
Fourth
himself on
leg, it's
double
Ryan to
2 or
throw
worst
first.
case scenario double
Game
1
on.
and then see Finesse come through the rear view mirror.
85.
Big week of MODUS exhibitions in preparations for the World Championships. Will be the Icons of Darts event. That's tomorrow night
59.
in Ipswich at the Corn Exchange. And then on the same night, there's a big night at Scarborough where Phil Taylor, Robert Thornton, John Henderson, Joe Cullen
100.
headline. That event in Ipswich being led by Luke Humphreys, the man of the moment. Then the Nissan Masters takes place in Sunderland on Saturday evening. Joe Cullen, Chris Dobie, Robert Thornton, John
60.
Henderson, amongst those that are going to be action, as well as some local favourites.
Apologies to all the fans at those events. I'm just a little bit too busy at the moment to be
100.
headlining those shows. We're going to miss all those 45s and 60s.
That's why we booked Glenn Durham.
58.
Ow, meow.
Glenn knows it's all in jest. We're going to see Glenn on the
100.
stage at the Super Series in the new year. That's all I'm allowed to say.
Refereeing or?
But he's going to be commentating before Series 6 is out.
100.
Ooh, there's a max. A rare max today.
Ryan, you require 116.
Double 20 for double 18. For
Game shot on the
116
fourth
for
leg.
Ryan
Ryan
Finesse to level up
Finesse.
at 2 apiece. It's been a game where things have been quite sparse for him, but he still manages to find a moment of quality.
Fifth leg, it's Stu to throw first.
Well, the back end of
Game on.
that leg was standing from both. The max from Wilson. The 116 to follow from Finesse.
83.
Got a game on our hands.
$58.
Locked in the heat of battle, the scoreline 2 apiece. It could be the difference between a
29.
perfect day for Ryan Finesse or him just being at a distance where he's still got authority but still could be reeled in.
180.
But he's looking to make the kick.
Like he won't be denied.
100.
Big 6 darts in the context, maybe not just of this leg, but the match. Finesse
57.
temporarily having the advantage, taking the throw for Stu Wilson, but dry visit there may have just opened up the door.
Apologies to our Sporty Stuff TV viewers. You can continue watching the action over on
100.
our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, as unfortunately we've run out of transmission time here on Sporty Stuff TV.
$70.
And so, welcome back to viewers joining us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and welcome to viewers that have joined us from Sporty Stuff TV as we
83.
make our way through the middle
Ryan,
of
you
game
require
14 of our day.
136.
And Ryan Finesse locked at 2 apiece, looking to find a break of throw to go 3-2 up, and is looking for a 1-3-6 outshot to do exactly that. He's picked up 8
96.
points on his day so far,
Stu, you
and he's
require
looking to complete the card
106.
and make it a perfect 10. But Stu Wilson, whose level of performances has improved as the day's gone on, is looking for a ton topper of his own to go 3-2 up.
And Ryan Finesse in the previous leg. Look out the 1-1-6 after the max from Wilson, and
74.
Wilson
Ryan, you
follows
require
suit.
40.
So Finesse with a great opportunity to break throw. Double 10. Double 5, long way off.
Game
Gets
shot
the
on
double
fifth
5,
leg.
breaks
Ryan
throw.
Finesse.
Now has the honour to serve this one out.
He has the darts
Sixth
to
leg, it's Ryan to
complete
throw
a
first.
perfect day. It has been picture
on.
perfect from Finesse up to this particular point. And it has to be said, Stu Wilson, out of everybody today, has probably been the one that's pushed him the hardest.
60.
And I think he tends to prefer this. He likes to be pushed. Getting pushed hard enough here.
100.
That's for sure.
Tell me a dart player that doesn't like the heat of battle. You're telling me a darts player that doesn't want to compete at the highest
65.
level.
I'd rather win easy, pal.
No one lets you win easy, mate.
I don't want to get embroiled in a battle. Especially when it's only best 7. A race to 4.
100.
You said this was easy when you won it. Or maybe not easy, but you won it.
100.
Got the job done, son. Money in the bank. Spent that money yet? Do something with it.
I'll tell you what, shall we go and get a reservation
98.
somewhere between sessions?
Where are you taking me, pal?
Not the Italian, we go there too often.
100.
Lovely place just down the road, if you know.
Oh, I've been to
60.
the mayor. That was absolutely incredible.
Last time I went there, my wallet was a little bit lighter, put it that way. Other restaurants are available as Finesse looks to close in now.
140.
Another treble leaves them on double 18 for the match.
143.
Wilson 1-4-3 to save it. It's Hail Mary time for Stu Wilson. Does it go? And so Finesse back for 36 to complete what would be a perfect day.
26.
The man
Ryan,
from
you require
Salisbury stands
36.
on the brink of 10 points on 10
Game
and
shot
5
and the
wins
match.
on 5.
Ryan Finesse.
And we have been tripping in Finesse on day 1 in Group C as Ryan Finesse completes the card. 5 wins on 5. His final win, a 4-2 success against Stu Wilson. And coming up after the break, we're going to be watching the final game of the session. Simon Adams, Kevin Dowling.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for our final game of this opening day of Group C, and it sees Simon Adams taking on Kevin Dowling. Don't forget, on a mark your card, we're back in less than 4 hours for the start of what looks to be a very exciting and talent-filled Group B. Of course, we'll be on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. So if you're watching via there and that's your only place to watch, please subscribe. Please give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to hit that alert bell. There's been some movement in this one. Delighted to be joined back in the commentary box by Matt Edgar.
Yeah, the movement's coming in the
First
form
leg,
of
it's
Simon
Simon
Adams.
to throw
He's
first.
available in this game now at
Game
8
on.
to 13, which does represent value appearing on Kevin Dowling, as the punters believe Simon Adams, man who is here in preparation for a World Championship campaign, is the favourite.
Yes, this
100.
morning Simon was the 8 to 11 8 to 11, and Kevin was 5 to 6. I have a theory that Kevin had a rather
45.
indifferent day, and one or two things can happen here, Matt. He will either play with absolute freedom, open the shoulders and produce one, or he will go into this one a little bit negative.
I think he's playing with disappointment. You can see it all over him
85.
at the moment, and he just needs something positive to happen, whether that's a 180 or a nice finish. He did start the day very strong. He had 2 tumpless finishes in his opening fixture, 101 and 117.
40.
Early on was finding the doubles as if they was on the end of his hand, and sort of struggled since. A couple of fixtures have left a lot to be desired. I do know very well
80.
the area Kevin Dowling plays his darts, and the last couple of fixtures he wouldn't have been winning in our Super Leagues with those ones. And
60.
one of the things about Kevin Dowling is I feel like he's always been quite hypercritical of his performance, and he'll be very aware that of the statement I just made. He would have struggled in our Super League with that, because it's a very hotbed of talent.
Yeah, he does.
100.
Does his own write-ups, doesn't he? He's his fiercest critic, I think. There's a very detailed write-up on
60.
what's
Simon,
happened
you require
and
136.
why and where, who against.
$96.
The odds compilers and the punters look to have got this one bang on the money so far.
$44. Simon, you require 40.
Loves this area of the board. Simon Adams
Game shot on the first
just
leg.
continues
Simon
to compile
Adams.
the misery onto Kevin Dowling, and he did these reports and these write-ups well before things such as Darts Connect, or when you had tracking.
Second leg, it's
What
Kev to throw
used to
first.
happen was
Game
his
on.
partner Joanne would stand there with a notepad and literally make notes on every single leg, how many darts it was, what was left, how many darts it went out in.
100.
Nowadays, obviously, it's a lot easier. It's tracked by a computer system, but he was kind of ahead of his time, really, in terms of the reporting of the darts.
He was.
66.
Oh, there was always a very in-depth report. The darts were all back in the day from that region, wasn't there?
81.
2 or maybe 3-page spread.
Did you ever win Star of the Month on the back page of Darts World?
Did. Actually, I did twice. One in a
100.
doubles game, one on my own. We're both for 10 darters.
Remember when you used to be able to send off if you're a 180 and they'd send you a badge?
Well, that's how hard it was. Had them, obviously much thicker barrels and
125.
much smaller target areas. It was an achievement. You get a certificate at County. County was sort of a decent level of player, or the best in the area used to play County
44.
B&A, but even then you would get a certificate for getting a max.
Now if you get a max, you're just in the way. It's like, get out the way, pal.
Yeah, watch me at this one, all in one corner.
38.
Did you ever send in for one of those badges?
No. No, didn't. You?
I did, but I think I was 13 at the time, so I can get a pass.
140.
It just shows how the
Kev, you
game's
require
evolved. Remember
157.
when there was prizes of £100,000 on the line for it in a 9-darter?
Yep.
Now we just expect it.
I remember when I used to be able to win a car.
81.
Do you know what? I was just going to tell
Simon,
a
you
story
require
about that.
151.
Because I remember at the World Match Play, they had a car for a 9-darter, and Jamie Harvey was playing Phil Taylor. He hit a 180. Stood at the edge of the stage, pointed at the car, saying how it was his. Lost 10-1.
97. Kev, you require 76.
Never forget it. Best opening to a match I've ever seen.
It was either the
58.
IDL or the World Dart Trophy. There was
Simon,
a
you
car.
require
Tony O'Shea
54.
won one, didn't he? Phil won one, and I think Darryl Fitton won one.
Wasn't there a story once where it was a car, but there was 2 hit, and they were like, how are we going to share a car?
Correct. I
Game
think
shot
that
on the
was Tony
second
O'Shea
leg.
and
Simon
Phil. As
Adams.
Simon Adams takes a very comfortable 2-0 lead, averaging over 91.
The old bullseye problem with the speedboat, isn't it?
Third leg, it's
Yeah,
Simon to throw
in the
first.
Irish
Game on.
Masters was the car for a 9 there, and both myself and Shane Burgess missed the double for the 9 to win the car.
40. $60. $82.
Snooker it used to be at 100 was it £147,000 for the 147.
Well, if I
140.
don't have that rule in darts, I don't think I'd want £9 for it in a 9-darter. I won't be too happy with it.
Now I think you got it
59.
2 in the same tournament or something.
They brought that rule in last year in the World Championships as well,
Yeah.
didn't they? At the
Yeah, and couldn't a fan win the equal amount as well or something? Or a percentage of the amount?
I think they shared it between everyone in the
41.
room or something, didn't they?
Yeah.
$121. $69.
Just not happening for Kevin Dowling here, and Simon Adams has got a chance to end with some positivity and a chance to end the day in a qualifying position. As things stand, Simon Adams on your live in-play table goes second.
Yeah,
28.
by virtue of leg difference. I don't think either myself or Matt predicted Simon would be in the mix.
82.
If we're being honest, we very much thought it was going to be a case of Finesse and Marco, didn't we?
Still think Tony Wood's got a big part to play in this group. I like the
97.
attitude.
Kev, you require 109.
But said sometimes you just need a spark, you just need a moment, something to get you going in a game. Can still go. And the ball.
Well, that would be some way to
78.
get yourself going on a finish
Simon,
like
you
that.
require 74.
This has been a marked improvement in performance here from Simon Adams, saving the very best of the last game. Level 16 for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Simon
Nails it.
Adams.
Kevin Dowling in a world of trouble right now.
Fourth leg, it's Kev to throw first.
Finds
Game
himself
on.
currently on the live table at the foot of the table. Just the one win. This is going to be a long, long way back.
31.
Follow it.
100.
This stage will take tons. It will be enough.
41.
'In the treble, it is.
100.
Back-to-back tons. Edging closer.
$84.
44 points the lead. That's these, and where's Dart sit? He won't be too fearful.
41.
Forces that one. You could see the shoulder came into the action, dragged it low and right.
45. 45.
Well, as he's edging closer to the winning line, everything's tightening up.
60.
One tidy visit will seal the deal, Simon. Got to run for cover. The trouble, but it's the wrong one.
60.
Making heavy weather of this. Found a treble. The last three scoring visits.
$81. Simon, you require 155.
You're in this kind of position. Mind and scramble.
85.
Picked up a treble 15 in the end. A quite unusual route.
59. Simon, you require 70.
Oh, 70. To wrap things up, it's going to have to be 19 ball. Bang it out with a bullseye.
And the match, Simon Adams.
Simon Adams ends his day on a high with a 4-0 win and a bullseye finish. A really disappointing performance from Kevin Dowling. It's been a really tough day. Simon with an 80.16, no 180s in the match, but immaculate finishing from the South African. 4 out of 4. Well, to round up today's action, let's join Matt and Henry up on the balcony.
Thanks, Chris. 4-0 win for Simon Adams to round off our afternoon session. And Matt, immaculate finishing there from Simon Adams on a day where everybody felt like possibly there was something left out there.
Well, there was opportunity, wasn't there? That's the main story of today. Everybody sort of missing chances, some people taking them. And Simon Adams there, 4 from 4 on the doubles, has just played himself into an opportunity now where he could actually qualify. He's still in the running for this, as is everybody. No one really feels out of this group.
Nobody feels out of it, but Ryan Finesse will feel like he's in the box seat.
Oh, absolutely. And Ryan Finesse will look not just at what he's done today, but he's going to look across the rest of the players and see that they're all sort of beating each other. I think he's going to feel very, very comfortable at the top of the table. He's got plenty of legs, so he's got a good backup, which is the secondary factor, the leg difference column. All 5 victories. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes through the card again tomorrow.
Well, we've only seen one player ever reach 20 points at a Group C. That was Richard North back in Series 2. These are the results from today's session. This is what we have seen over the course of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And look, we can't heap enough praise on Ryan Finesse. We spoke to him earlier on this morning, and he was talking about how he's trying to have his new lease of life in the game. He's spending a bit more time on the practice board, playing a lot more local competitions, and he's trying to get himself geared up for Q-School. And everything that he's speaking about, this new look attitude, it came to fruition today.
He got the results. Now, if we're looking ahead and we're talking about what the big goal is to get that tour card, he's going to need to find more than he did today. However, he did enough. He beat the people that was in front of him, which is all you've got to do. Beat the player in front of you. You don't have to beat him with 100 average every time. Just win the matches. But I think when he goes back and reflects on today, I think he'll feel like he gave too many opportunities. He just wasn't punished for those today.
Do you think the praise of Ryan Finesse will not be so much with the physical attributes, but with the mental attributes?
He rode the punches, but I just think he gave too many opportunities away today. However, I keep going back to it. He won all the matches. And even with those opportunities, I still think he's going to go through the card again tomorrow, because I think he's going to stop giving out those gifts tomorrow. And I think he's going to come here and make a statement.
Well, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself on the first day's play. Simon Adams and Marco Cantell both on 6 points respectively. Tony Wood on 4 points. He made a good start today, but dovetailed towards the end. And Stu Wilson and Kevin Dowling there, both on 2 points respectively. So that's how the table looks then at the Super Series. And that is the end of our Group C action. But I'll tell you what, we're really looking forward, aren't we, to Group B tonight. This could be an electric session.
I think this is possibly the best Group B of this series so far. We've got 5 players that could all win this phase, this Group B. And I don't think we've got a real favourite. Obviously, we have a favourite. That's going to be Steve West, the bookie's favourite to win this group. But he could lose to every one of these tonight. This is a wide open group.
Yeah, this is how it breaks down. Obviously, we've seen the players from Group C. We saw Ben Robb in Group A yesterday. Those are the 5 players in action tonight. And that really does have a feel of a Champions Week, really, doesn't it, that Group B? But look, we've got 2 players who have got potential in terms of 9 darters. Steve West hit his second here on Tuesday. And Conor Heenahan got the first 2 in this venue.
Are you trying to ask me if I think we're going to get a 9 darter tonight?
Are we going to step in to the 9 dart club?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a 9 darter tonight. The reason being, in these sort of matches, in these sort of nights when people sort of forget about the to-in and throw-in of a match, they just get caught up in the action. And this is the sort of night we're getting 9.
Well, he's teased it, and we've got 2 men that hit 9 darters before here at the Super Series. West and Heenahan are going to be the star attractions later on this evening. But today, we've been tripping in Finesse. Missed it early on today. But Conor Heenahan, he's the man!
Games on the fourth leg.
He's only going to do it again!
Game shot. And the match, Steve West.